Ladies and gentlemen, Pronogo here bringing you Day 2 of Acropolis number 2 Battlements. I'm very excited to be talking to you guys today about Group C and Group D. We've got some serious title contenders on this side of the bracket. If you guys had to pick who would make it out first, you might have had a better chance trying to predict Group A and Group B. Group C and Group D, they feel a little bit tighter. We got Neblime, obviously the last Protoss hope. He's, of course, the reason why his group is called The Last Stand, or is he the only reason? Because Ayud64 has come on down from the mountains, his dojo, so to speak, and he is now trained up and ready to rock. Should be a lethal opponent for any matchup. And Shopkeeper Dog, well, he hasn't been playing too much TVT or TVP. He's been grinding TVZ lately, but, you know, he's still feeling like he's playing pretty well these days. So I'd say his confidence level is going up in that respect. And I look forward to casting his matches. That's before we're even talking about Group D. Later on today, in about 3 hours, we're going to see Hamster, TopRamen, and jakulangski take to the stage. That's 2 Zergs and a Terran. So similar complexion to Group B in that respect. I'm very much looking forward to seeing which of those 3 players is going to be making it out in first place and in second place. I don't really say I look forward to seeing who's going to make out in third place, because that means that they lost and that they are not going to be joining us for the top 8 of the tournament, the playoffs. But I still think it's pretty cool, man. I still think we're in pretty good shape, all things considered. Ah, shit. Shambler has the bars here, the Tyrant, the Beast, and the Purifier. Then we have to figure out if it's going to be the meal in ramen or, you know. Honestly, could you imagine if you were some gladiator type character and your nickname was the meal? I feel like that would actually be terrifying. You know, at first you might just be like, oh yeah, that's like a nickname he got because he was like fodder, you know, he's useless, he's just gonna die. But then like, if they'd say, oh yes, the meal, he has fought 1,000 battles. Oh shit, the meal. They call it an ambulance, but not for me. That's the kind of vibes that gives. That being said, we are we're here to talk. We're here to talk some shop. Keeper Dog. No, he's not actually ready for the interview yet. I don't know if he's going to be joining us for that. Our first matchup today will be Ayud64 versus Shopkeeper Dog. So we're going to kick things off with TVT. If you just woke up, well, perk up, because TVT, unlike in Starcraft 1, does not put you to sleep in Cosmonarchy. At least in my opinion. It's pretty fucking cool. Neblime waiting in the wings to scout out his opponents, see what their form is looking like. Obviously, TVT, very different matchup than TVP. But we'll see how that avails him. And to break some of this stuff down, to discuss all of this stuff overall, we're actually going to bring in the top player from Group B. It's the Shambler. What's going on, dude?
Howdy.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Morning. Doing good.
Fresh from victory. You were victorious in Group B, American Animals. You were obviously, we were thinking about doing that post-match interview, but obviously you and I had other plans for the evening, so couldn't quite jump right into that after the lengthy affair of American Animals. You end up sending the TheNightFox to the Shadow Realm, a joint effort with Art of Turtle there. You exit in first, AOT exits in second. The way that group went, I just briefly want to touch on that before we start predicting Group C, Group D, etc. Are you expecting that, you know, at this point, you've really demonstrated that you kind of understand the versus Zerg matchup, because everybody was kind of panicking about Zerg. There's so many Zerg. Everything's very different. Everything's very wild. But you seem to have, devised some kind of strategy that, like, mech and seal push into eventually assembling Exodia, as you called it, with the Apostles, the Durandals, etc. What is the plan going forward? Do you think that you've essentially gotten rid of most of the Zerg threats? Because you were talking in the pre-match interview that the only thing that would really worry you is if Zerg came up with something different. So if everything plays out as you're expecting, do you think Zerg are no longer going to be a threat to you?
I don't think it's not Zerg aren't going to be a threat, because you saw there that even, like, it's real hard to get to Exodia in that one match, you know. The big mistake of floating 800 minerals that could have been watchdogs basically almost cost me the game. Like, it
Sure.
was very touch and go there with the TheNightFox.
Mhm.
You have to really like, because you're basically confined to like 3 base or maybe 4 if you're lucky the whole game, while the Zerg has the whole map. As in how things stand, Terran just can't push very well and hold their base. So just Terran turtles until they assemble Exodia, but then you win. But which feels really shitty for the Zerg, as the TheNightFox demonstrated.
Yes.
But it's really hard to get there because just one bad transition, one bad fight, before you get the full Exodia, and you're fucked. Like, and you have to rely on some pretty big mistakes. And there was a few mistakes back and forth there. I definitely could have probably prevented the situation where I'm relying on one fucking
Apostle at the end of it, yeah.
in 13 Anseals. Like if I had brought that army up that eventually reinforced it with more apostles earlier, that fight probably swings way more decisively, if I drop the turrets faster in my third, so I block the air path going from my third to my nat, that just stops the air attack outright, and all of a sudden I can create the full Exodia, with the Durandals necessary, because the Durandals are a very important piece of the Exodia.
Yeah, you were describing it earlier as it allows you to push in and actually start reviving not just the Durandals, but perhaps the front line of the enemy or even the back line, depending on how deep they go. The other thing that I was a little bit curious, and we'll jump into Group C immediately after this point, but I thought it was really curious that I was just sort of stuck shadowboxing. What does Zerg do in that situation to try to deal with that? Do they itemize splash in their composition, try to just burst down the Anseal bubbles, because obviously that is going to be pretty effective versus them? What's the sort of play? And then I realized, it dawned on me, it might actually just be quite possible that if you take skirmishes and then fall away, like you try to abuse the fact that the Anseals aren't going to be in the right spot every time, you make some picks and then you fall away, well, suddenly the Apostles can't attack anything to actually revive stuff if there's no enemies in the area. Do you think that TheNightFox would have just closed that game if he had staggered his engagements and kind of like delayed you moving across the map, and then eventually got to the point where in that last fight that he just stayed on it for something like 30 seconds to a minute? If after 15 seconds he pulled back, do you think at that point you can still win with the position that you're in? Because that's when the mutas are in the base, and he's still got a pretty heavy army at that point.
If we're at the one apostle mark still, right, and he pulls back, yeah, it's Jover. That was the moment. That was the big mistake from the TheNightFox that did give me the game. That was the tilt that killed him. Because
he thought that game was over, basically. Yeah, and then
I was like, well, I'm holding here. He has tunnel vision, super hard. We're both super tunnel vision, but I think he has harder tunnel vision. So fuck it. We're gonna say this out. Oh my god, I literally said it out loud. I said, oh my god, I have this army here. Yeah. And I just grab it, I run it up there, because I know the moment they come into contact, I'll get like 20 free units, because apostles are exponential,
Yeah.
Apostles can raise a lot more than one, even though, whatever, right? And so yeah, if he pulls back, if we're talking about but I could have avoided being in that situation to begin with and still do the base trade had I just grouped up better. That's another thing, is that I spread my line out super far and he pushed right into me. And I couldn't get that Anseal ball in a position where I didn't take casualties. And then he also flanked me with the mutas, which was a smart call, that killed a lot of apostles that didn't end up getting resurrected. Mm-hmm. So there was it was a very wild game. Like you change just a couple things and it goes one way or the other for either person. We could talk about it a lot, about how just little changes that would have completely made it more decisive my way, or would have ended up getting TheNightFox the win. But I think as just a general strategy for Zerg, we're going to talk about what Zerg does once they're facing that. Is that once the Durandals come out, you can't really do the artillery runaway thing, because that's the point of the Durandals, is to preempt that. That once you get a certain massive Durandals, you can just, first of all, you get in the face of the artillery so that the Bactolus never mounts, right? Or if it's other artillery, you still want to be in its face so that you create room for your apostles to advance safely, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Well, that is the big linchpin too with the regards to the apostles. They don't see too much daylight, but you managed to put them in the spotlight, I feel like. So it's interesting. It's definitely an interesting composition. I have a feeling we'll be seeing a little bit of fodder for it to come out again, because there's still plenty of Zergs to go around, including one that qualified out of your group and one that qualified out of Group A. We don't have to worry about Zerg in Group C. It's going to be all Terran and, of course, a dash of Protoss. AUD64 taking on Shopkeeper, Doug. I know you have some strong opinions about TVT, but I figure we might be able to first start off with the opinions of our top seed here. So, Shambler, I'm not sure if you're interested in staying for the interview and all that, but we can always use your input as well while we bring in Mr. Neblime. What's going on, my man? You are top seed in Group C. You're staring here. You're watching because, of course, it's just the two Terrans here going to be duking it out and trying to come up with some kind of game plan to deal with you while they're also dealing with each other. How are you feeling today, man?
Yeah, good. I mean, it's 4 a.m., but, other than that, feeling pretty good.
Yeah. Jakulangski vibes, because he's going to be playing at 4 a.m. his time, apparently.
There you go.
Yeah,
we've got the worst for both of us, right? Even though he's after me, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So with that being said, you are the only Protoss in the group, but also in the whole tournament. So you're going to make it out in first, right?
Well, my advantage will only extend in the group, right? Because everyone's preparing not for Protoss. But as soon as someone's like, all right, my next series is against Neblime, well, they know what race to prepare for. But I don't know how many practice partners there are. The people who aren't playing in the tournament, I think, have less motivation to play still. It certainly works for me that when I'm playing in the tournament, I'm motivated to play a lot more. And on that note, I think this week I've played over 200 games, so I don't know. I feel pretty confident.
Okay, all right. At this point, you're feeling pretty good, yeah. Making sure you're still in there.
Did you say Shambler?
Oh, he said getting in shape.
Yeah, trying. Well, for people who don't know the story, I was out of the country until like last Friday or whatever, so that doesn't make it easy.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where it makes it harder to practice, and yet here you are. You enjoyed that extra little week that we initially didn't. We thought you were going to come straight off the plane and have to play the next day. So
yeah, so nice.
Yeah. So extending that little extra week there ended up being a bit of a lifesaver. Now we're talking about AUD64, we're talking about Shopkeeper Dog, and we're talking about T Mirror. So at this point, obviously, I would have to say that AU did 3-0 mystery meet, no small scalp to take on his way to qualify to this tournament. And other than that, he took TopRamen to a 3-game best of 3. Could have gone either way. I'm told with a relatively good authority that was a very close series, although I have not casted it myself. It must be stipulated. That being said, if we're talking about AUD64 rocking up against somebody like Shopkeeper Dog, who has had some woes versus Terran, although I don't really know the full story. I think Shambler's played a lot more TVT than I've ever seen Shopkeeper Dog play TVT. So how are you feeling, Neblime, about this particular matchup? Do you reckon that Aud is the one to worry about? Are you as worried about Dog? Because obviously you've seen a little bit of Dog with the casts.
Well, I don't want to give too much away. All I remember is back when I was still playing Zerg, I was saying, thank God AUD isn't in this tournament when I was, preparing against Terran and stuff. Back then it was still Newt. So, I mean, I'm glad we've got time for things to change so much. So now I can't really say what'll happen.
Okay. Still a little bit uncertain there. As a result of that, though, when we're talking about Aud and Shopkeeper, I mean, one of the benefits of being the only Protoss is that you're not going to see very much footage of them playing versus Protoss themselves, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
No, but see, the real problem is there's no point for anyone to practice versus me unless they're already out of the tournament, though. Because, they don't need to prepare for their versus Protoss matchup.
So, well, with that being said, we come to a bit of an impasse there, because if they're not sure that they want to prepare, and if they don't have that many people to prepare against, then that definitely makes it feel a little bit harder to do so. But at least versus Terran, there are a healthy dosage of Terran players here, right? There's 4 Terran players out of 12 are indeed, 4 players out of 12 are indeed Terran. The other stats there, that does indeed mean that with only 1 random player and 1 Protoss player, that means that there were 6 Zergs so far in the tournament. So there's quite a few of those Zergy boys. We won't be seeing that here. Did you feel like it was nice that you didn't have to worry about Zerg in your group?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I've definitely had the most trouble with Zerg since I switched to Protoss. I mean, at first I just had trouble with everything except PvP, I suppose. My PvP, I feel like hasn't gotten any better or worse since like the first day I started playing Protoss. So yeah, it's, like you say, it's kind of good. That's not going to come up, but yeah, definitely. I think my win rates are a lot lower versus Zerg these days. So I'm kind of looking at this and I'm like, well, you know, how many Zergs get eliminated? If we can get rid of one tomorrow as well, it's not looking too bad.
Yeah. Well, in that situation, if we did end up seeing 2 Zergs get eliminated from Group A and Group B. It was very unlikely that we would see a different result in that respect, just because the Zergs were higher proximity. So maybe there will only end up being, 3 Zergs? There could technically still be 4 Zergs in Throneroom. That would almost maximize the chances of you having to match up with them relatively early. But, I know there's some Zergs you're more worried about than others, right?
It would be guaranteed. In fact, no, I'm looking at this right now. It's already guaranteed that I have to face a Zerg if I make it out in first place.
Well, that's if you're predicting a Zerg to exit second in Group D.
Or, well, first and second, say. Look, man, okay. I'm just giving it to TopRamen to go out first there if I'm talking about group predictions.
Sure, yeah.
I'm just looking at it, I'm like, no, it's guaranteed. If I get out first this group, I'm facing a Zerg.
All right.
I don't know, man. Hamster's crafty. He's a very different Zerg. That might bite him in the ass, but I practiced against his TVZ. I think well, actually no, never mind. I'd go back on that. I actually agree because Ramen plays a style that that's usually punished by the modern strain of Zergs, and Hamster plays a different style, so that might actually give him more room than would otherwise be available if it was like Art of Turtle instead of Hamster in there. So actually, I have to agree with you at the last minute.
Shambler agreeing with Neblime?
Happen.
Yeah, we're really merging together here. This is going to be the Neblime Shambler Archon of agreement as past judgment to say that Hamster will not make it out in first place. Hamster, if you're watching, that's what they just said about
I hope he does.
Sorry, Hamster. I hope he does too, but I kind of hope in a perverse way that Hamster gets eliminated so I don't have to fight him again, because it honestly breaks my heart if we have to fight in Acropolis.
I like that that's the reason, and not like, oh, he's a scary opponent and I might lose to him. No, I don't want it. It's sort of like the new version of fighting Biddy B,
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's so sad Biddy B isn't here. Hamster's the next, our next brother that I don't want to fight.
Yeah.
You don't want to kill your father. You don't want to kill your pet hamster.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Neblime, you have a little bit of time to watch some TVT action, which could end very fast or it could end very slow. Either way, thank you for joining us for the interview and giving us your thoughts. Do you have any final words for the people at home before we bring in our next interviewee?
I don't know. I guess I'll show you which Protoss units are good.
There it is. I'm going to throw you in one of the competitor channels if you want to just stream your POV, just in case we need it. Whenever it gets to the point where you're actually playing, of course, if you just want to hang out there. And I will catch you soon, man. GG's. Good luck. And with that, I think we can probably bring in Ayud64. What's going on, Ayud? How the hell are you? You're coming in here as a hot Terran on the prospect here because you've managed to defeat none other than Mystery Meat going into this tournament. So that to me tells me that you must be all right and confident in your TVT. I was just a little bigging you up there. You're talking about the fact that you had the audacity to take TopRamen to 3 games, and that was a close series as well. These are all different things that I think of when I think about Ayud64. I think about his TVT. I think about his ability to practice up. So how are you feeling today about the games that you're about to play?
Hey everyone, I'm feeling pretty good. I guess I'm just a little bit tired because I had a pretty rough week at work, but nevertheless I still found some time to practice my strategies, and I feel confident.
Okay. We love a little bit of confidence. I haven't. I don't know that we'll get a chance to pick the brain of Shopkeeper Dog, but if we do, I'm definitely going to ask him about this. He said that he was feeling like, win or lose, he feels like he's playing well. So I don't know if you've spent much time like specifically studying the opponents that you have. I know you're aware of Neblime because of the fact that he's been a top player for a good amount of time. But what are your thoughts about Shopkeeper Dog? Because your opening match is going to be against him, and you selected the map Muspelheim.
Yeah, well, I've played Shopkeeper Dog before, and I must say he was beating me pretty badly the first games. But I think most of it was because when I returned from the mountains, the meta had changed so much that I felt a bit lost, and a bit surprised too, because when I left, I was like one of the best Terrans around. So once I arrived, and now I see some other people playing Terra, including Mr. Meat and Shopkeeper Dog. I didn't know them or how they played, so I had to slowly learn the meta, and most of it was because I was losing, but that also allowed me to I guess learn faster.
Okay.
So we kept playing, more games, and eventually I found myself taking games from him. I think the match is gonna be pretty close, unless he has some kind of new strategy, new tech that I don't know of. But I'm just gonna give my best. The same happened with Mr. Meat. I didn't quite study my opponents, because I rather spend time studying my own strategies, and then trying to apply to whoever I'm playing. I feel like if I pay too much attention to a certain style, I'll get fixated to it, and if the opponent then tries to do something different or surprise me, because these are important games, then I will be caught off guard. So I have confidence on my own games, on my own strategies, and I believe if my nerves don't betray me, I can do pretty well in the group.
Okay, all right. Well,
Would you say that you're more confident in your TVT than your PVT, or the opposite?
Well, I think I'm pretty much confident on my TVT overall, because I've had more practice against other Terrans. Not so much against Protoss. I guess the only Protoss I've played, a couple of games with Neblime recently. At the beginning, the same story. At the beginning, I was losing, but then I tend to pick up my opponents really fast. I tend to download them and analyze what I did wrong in the previous games, so I cannot repeat the same mistakes, and that allows me to evolve as far as I keep playing games against that specific opponent. So yeah, I think my TBT should be better than my PBT right now.
Okay, interesting. Well, if your TBT is good enough, then you can always gun for that second place. But I look forward to seeing you attempt to make it all the way, even in potentially first place. I know how I've seen how good you can be, Aid. So I know that there's going to be an opportunity for you to, put some swagger behind that profile picture you sent me, the avatar you sent me for the video. So, with that said, since we're talking about TVT. And we're talking about, like the more nitty-gritty details of some of these matchups. Why did you end up selecting Muspelheim? What was the thought process behind that?
Well, I think I'm known for making Talos, so I want to be able to make my opponent think about it, because Muspelheim have this this like kind of hidden expansion on the back of the base that it can be accessed by destroying the building, or maybe you fly some Talos over there to get a quicker expansion. And I want my opponent to think about that possibility, maybe trying to change his comfort zone a little bit. Maybe I'll do Talos, maybe I won't, but who knows?
Okay, some mind games behind that pick. A little bit more thought than just, oh, I want a map. Okay, very cool. Well, Ayud, I'm going to get you sorted into one of the channels above, and if you just want to stream your POV, just in case we need to pop in there, that would be much appreciated for the broadcast's sake. Any final words or closing thoughts you want to leave the people at home with before we get started here?
Well, yes. I just wanted to say that I'm gonna give my best in these games, and I hope to show some good games when you watch the videos.
There it is. Love some good games, Ayud. All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, we'll bring in Shopkeeper Dog for a moment. The rare dog voice reveal. See if the barking happens or what. But let's bring him in and talk with him for a brief period of time, because he is the man who is about to be facing off against the other man that we just saw. Shopkeeper Dog, welcome, sir. How are you?
Doing good.
All right. So, what are the things I got to ask you about? You decided to veto decapitation. I saw a little bit of back and forth between you and Ayud in the chat here. I won't reveal exactly what was being discussed, but it included decapitation and it included talk of pathing and such. Is there, do you think, this broader group-based strategy where you're basically gunning for like a takedown of a particular player? How did you prepare more for one player than the other? Because I saw you doing some TVZs as opposed to the rest of the matchup last night. So how are you feeling prep-wise, and did you prepare for a particular player over the other?
I'm feeling pretty prepared for TVZ.
There you
I
go.
played mostly that the last couple weeks.
All right. Mostly the matchup before. Looking ahead, once you qualify 4-0 here, you can think about the Zerg that you're going to face. With that being
confident in your victory.
with that being said, Ayud told me that apparently you guys had played TVT in the past, and that he had apparently dropped some of those earlier matches. Are you familiar much with his Terran Mirror in the more like immediate recent history?
Yeah, we played 4 or 5 games recently. I think I lose like every single one now.
Okay. Not necessarily boding as well. That Tala strategy that he has does obviously throw the everything into a bit of a weird frenzy there. So I'm not necessarily sure what the mapped out matchup response to that is. I do feel like early aggro can get it, but we'll have to see if you've mounted some kind of strategy to play that you can just play your own way and kind of ignore the silly things that he does, or what happens there. How are you feeling about Muspelheim as the pick? You comfy on this map?
Yeah, I think I've played Muspelheim a couple times. I mostly just played Demilune because it's the first map on the list, but it's fine.
That is a possibility. Yeah,
So everyone's gonna veto Demilune when they face you in the future now.
Well,
It's okay, that map sucks sometimes.
there it is, yeah. I still remember when it was being played a lot in the earlier stages of its history, when it didn't have those changes to the ramps, and then suddenly, you'd just get flanked, Omega flanked by all the Protoss units all the time. Well, with that said, Shopkeeper Dog, thank you for joining us here. I don't know if you seem like a dog of few barks, but if you have any closing thoughts for us before I send you into the channel so you can stream your POV should we need it, you are free. The floor is yours.
Nah, I'm good.
There it is. He's good. He's dog.
All
right.
Ever.
There it is. All right. We'll be getting started here in just a moment. Thank you for your patience and your interview. We will see you soon. Good luck. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on into the first set of matches. Shambler, thanks for joining me for those interviews. And it's always interesting to get the feeling of the competitors, and I'm glad that we were able to put a little bit of a bow on Group B as well. Given your Exodia comments, we're certainly drawing some interesting responses from the chat. And I'm looking forward to when you inevitably run into HitEmUp, like you said in your interview that you're looking forward to seeing him. So
Gunning for him.
That's it, gunning for him. All right, sir. Once again, I issue my thanks. Do you have any closing thoughts or final words for the people at home after hearing all these interviews? Do you feel like you're empowered to make a prediction?
Oh yeah, I think Neblime exits out first.
Okay.
I think EUD takes maybe takes a game off Neblime. It's a question of Neblime or EUD. I think Shopkeeper's gonna get got by EUD, sadly, because I've played quite a few TVTs versus EUD, and that's probably the matchup. It's probably the matchup I have the most fun in, but it's also the matchup that I'm having the most issues with actually winning wise. So, and I've played against that Talos style, and I've tried to break it about just every way you can think, except drops. And that's like the one thing. If you're gonna break the Talos style, it's because you have to find a drop that is fast enough where you hit before you obviously they reach a critical mass in the defenses. But early on, it's all held together by the early mines from the defending Terran. So if you can, the problem is the timing. It's just I haven't found a drop build that's both summons enough force and is also early enough before that force can be easily dissipated or preempted. So if one of these guys figures that out, then maybe EUD gets knocked out here, but. If assuming nothing changes, I think it's an EUD Neblime ticket, whether one is in first or whichever one's in first. Okay. The biggest of deals.
All right. Well, thank you for your analysis. I'm always interested in the T mirror. I feel like there's plenty of replays for me to cast, obviously, that you've uploaded recently, but I feel like I don't see too much of it in tournament play, so I'm very excited to see that. Shambler, thank you, sir. And I'm sure we'll be hearing for you later on in the tournament after all, because there's always more Shambler when he exits 4-0.
Oh yeah, well, I'm at least I'm gonna get to see HitEmUp, and then he can rage at me in the chat, but in the game.
All right. In the game chat, yeah. Nobody's ever done that against you, Shambler. Certainly not yesterday. And, all right. On that note, sir, thank you. GG's. All right, I am going to go ahead and ask for ready check on our players' behalfs. I've got it from everybody involved, so we are just about to get rolling here. It's our first match of Group C, the last stand, but whose stand is it anyway? We've got Aoud versus Shopkeeper Dog, and Aoud is in the bottom left as, ooh, this looks like Pumpkin but on Terran, and I feel like it's not Pumpkin. I'm going to guess Pumpkin. It was Pumpkin. And, of course, Shopkeeper Dog up here in the top right. This is a tough color to guess as well. Is this eggshell blue? Hoo-hoo. Your boy's on one. I guess I had my coffee. Except, obviously, you can't see anything because I think I put it on the wrong screen. No, it was on the right screen. No, I'm on one so much that even though I second-guess myself on the colors, on the broadcast, it just works. It just works. All right. So, TVT... and a very fast move out from Shopkeeper Dog as he puts his first fulcrum out in the middle of nowhere. So maybe this is the response to what Shambler was just talking about. So if you guys are curious, Aoud likes to go quarry into fulcrum, but this time around he's actually going for fulcrum first, and he is still harvesting gas, but only with one mason. So we are not actually going to be seeing the quarry opener here. It turns out that Aoud's mind games were such that he had a different idea of what to expect. Shopkeeper Dog banking. He's not actually training any workers. Oh, he's going for his own quarry. Okay. Shopkeeper Dog is going for his own quarry versus the man himself. This is the kind of stuff that can really get you a few times, you know? Looks like Aoud gonna drop his second fulcrum further back. This is so funny. I've seen Shopkeeper Dog take fulcrum first into a pocket fulcrum somewhere else for his second fulcrum because he's, in his words, nobody scouts the full base. That's what Aoud is doing, and Shopkeeper Dog's going quarry. And, you know, as far as Aoud is concerned, this is the first thing there. It's going to be a proxy Goliath. You know, in a small period of time, the Goliath is actually quite powerful. You know, small unit counts as far as those are concerned. Aoud continuing to move around with his Mason. What's going on here? Well, the first Talos is about to be finished here for Shopkeeper Dog. He is obviously behind by a hefty amount of workers between the cut and everything else. The Goliath is going to march on down. The Vulture already left the building, so it's going to be Vulture on Mason action. But the first Goliath is on the way. The first round of shots already breaking it down very heavily. The Mason here to clear out mines if need be. There it is. The first one good. Now 2 vultures a pop are being made right now. The Goliath being torn down by, deconstructed by those Masons. Need to see maybe there can be a start of something else. Instead, ooh, this vulture very, very low. It's only picked 1 worker right now. That's where Aeud's micro is going to be. The Talus has moved across the map to repair the Goliath. And ladies and gentlemen, the first vulture has fallen. Oh my god, all vultures down for Aeud. He's only got 1 out of the second fulcrum, which is only now going to be revealed to Shopkeeper Dog as he moves back and forth, kiting through. The second Goliath is here. I don't think Aeud can hold on. I think 2 Goliaths are going to Gatling down every worker in this man's name. I can't believe what we're seeing, but 3 minutes in, and Shopkeeper Dog just took the first match. Oh my god. What a beauty. What a move. Aeud tries the mind games, and he gets beaten by some facsimile, some twisted, warped version of what he has been doing in this matchup and in all matchups. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd say that's a pretty good opening match. I'd say we're up to a pretty good start. And with that, we're going to go ahead and get Neblime to go ahead and pick his map versus Shopkeeper. I wonder if he just walked away. Did he just... did he just like, oh, TVT, oh, they're just starting, I guess I'll just see them later. It was take a break, sip some coffee, before you know it, oh, hey, I'm picking a map. It's going to be Near Impact, selected by Neblime. I did also like that when GG was called, Shopkeeper Dog responded with a slash. Like he couldn't believe he actually did it. I don't know. That's me reading into it. It could have just been a simple fat finger. But, you know, when you get in that tournament matches, you got the nerves flowing. You just walked into his base with 2 Goliaths and a Talos that flew across the map, and your Masons killed his vulture that hit the one. I can't believe that match, dude. That was some good shit. That was some excellent shit. Congratulations to Shopkeeper Dog. He is on the board. I can't believe it. What a match. What a match. We're waiting on Neblime to ready up over here. And, of course, to select his race. He's currently ran... Oh, there we go. Looks like he's good to go. Wait for Doggy Dog to ready up himself as I update the scoreboard here for our in-game overlay. Yeah, I was not expecting to fill out Shopkeeper over Aeud in the first round, but looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. I can't, you know, Shambler was just talking about how that quarry strat can be really difficult to break. Aeud doesn't go for the quarry strat, but honestly, versus the quarry strat, that could be really, really strong, you know? That could be a legit move to do if he is going to go quarry. Will Aeud even, will he even have the move that he can do in this situation? Well, we're about to find out. It's going to be Shopkeeper Dog reigning supreme after that last matchup versus none other than Aeud64. Now watch it from the sidelines. We got him as the red Terran in the bottom right. Oh, it's vivid red. Oh, I was half right. And that is no points. Meanwhile, Neblime up here in the top left. Is this dark spring green? Forest green. No. You know what? Your boy's no longer on anything. Your boy is in shambles. I've been destroyed. My brain was proxy to Goliath. Impressive stuff. Shopkeeper Dog regressing to the mean, or, well, that sounds like a bullying thing to say. Returning to a more default approach. Going straight back to the in-base Fulcrum. Nothing so avant-garde. Neblime going for the gateway. You know, that is a statement move to do that. Even if it didn't work, the fact that Dog, you know, drops that proxy Fulcrum Will Neblime start looking for proxies? Or is he just going to assume that Dog would never do that? I mean, I guess what he's going to do is he's going to move into the base, see the first Fulcrum, and think, okay, yeah, there's no proxy. That's the more sane way to do it. But, you know, would you start to get a little bit paranoid? Would you start to get a little bit confused? It's actually a gateway into Lattice. Neblime going for a little bit of a different route. This will be scouted relatively fast by Shopkeeper Dog, who doesn't have any more Vespine. Looks like he's going one Falk Vault into a Ministry. That's my read on his play so far. He wants to get into a bit of a macro game. And just clicking on the Lattice alone should immediately send him for a little bit of a, not a tailspin, but just a little bit of a confused, like, wait, what? Lattice versus Terran? What's happening over here? Many have written off the Lattice, instead viewing the Dracodon as the heir apparent for the arsenal here. And there it is, the 1 minute 53 Ministry following the Fulcrum into Vault. This Mason keeping the Scribe engaged, and the Vulture actually could have chased it down. It looks like Dog will remember that now, but instead he's just kind of wiggling back and forth over there for the time being. Maybe he will move across the map. His other Mason's still over here, scouting the fact that there is a second gateway, and of course, a Dracodon. And we see it's actually going to be a Simulacrum. What is Neblime thinking? What is he prepping for? Is he just going to use the Sim to kind of like farm out shots and get stunned by the lobotomy mines and stuff? Is he looking for like kind of junk units to throw at him? Because in that case, you'd think maybe Legionnaires, but, you know, admittedly, that does mean that you're not making Dracodons out of those gateways, so I don't know. Lattice is more expensive. There's something going on. There's some Todd foolery afoot. Second Fulcrum on the way. The Scrapyard already produced its first Blackjack. Let's see. Let's see. The Scribe is here. When you don't pick the Scribe, you got to watch out because, oh, look at that. Well, with the... well, I can't say I'm surprised. I love that he goes after it with the Mason as well. Kind of body blocking versus the Blackjack, which is now getting tickled by the Scribe. That is still live, still working. And now the Blackjack actually just got reduced to its in power because of that Scribe. That's impressive there. First Simulacrum is going to go ahead and get split. You can see him dragging in with the Cyclops shots. The Anchor is not even going to get canceled, so that's 125 minerals down the drain. Oh my god, has Neblime found some kind of early move? Let's see, he puts down an add-on right in his face. I don't know if that's the right move here. It does feel like maybe the misplay from earlier. He's going to box him in with those Masons, and you know what? The Cyclops is too busy shooting the Sim. That's actually going to proc it to make it split. None of the Dracodons have gone down, and that is it. Shopkeeper Dog can't hold on. I even just saw the Palladium get bopped in the meantime. Such was the focus fire from the Simulacrum push. Neblime, he's putting respect on the Simulacra. Aoud will pick the next map to face off against his Protoss Oppositor. Oppositor. It sounds like a Protoss unit, but it's actually just silly. He's going to win on leg count. Yeah, I can agree with that. I do think that if Dog had killed the Scribe earlier on, I know it sounds like such a silly thing to fixate on, but surely getting rid of that Scribe reduces the propensity for your mines to get cleaned through, you know? It's not really... I don't think Dog has to rethink the entire complexion of that build. But I do think that this is going to be an interesting situation. That's for sure. I don't know. Oh, I see. I think they might be talking about, like, there's some funny chat messages being exchanged in the lobby, and I don't have the context for it. All right, Neblime is rocking and rolling here. He's already taken his first Terran Scalp, looking to do the same to Aoud 64. Neblime in the top left as the Periwinkle Protoss. Okay. And Aoud 64 in the bottom right as the Pumpkin Terran. Taken after Kenoli with the pumpkin color. That means that if they ever face off against each other later on in the Throneroom stage, That's going to be one player having it and the other player wishing they had it. You took my color! Meanwhile, Neblime reenacting the cutscene from Starcraft 1. You just hit some poor feller's dog, Surge. All right, well, Aud is harvesting gas in the early stages of the game. This looks like it could be a Fulcrum opener. He's only getting one Mason's worth of gas right now. So he wants to continue deviating from his quarry first shenanigans for the time being. Neblime rocking and rolling with the gateway. This is cross spawns, and the first scout will be going south. So assuming this is a box scout, Neblime will find his opponent in about, I don't know, a minute. Worker travel time a little bit longer in Cosmonarchy than StarCraft 1. And AUD64 indeed is going to be doing the same thing. I see some analysis of that previous match in the chat. I will also point out, it is really interesting that Neblime is using the simulacrum. I think it was HitEmUp was telling me one time, way back, that when you're in a situation with the sim, you can try to move across the map with the sim and see if you can, like, clone it a bunch. But I feel like usually versus Terran, that's not very advisable. However, when there was only the one Vulture for a bit and the one Blackjack for a bit, I think you clear that scribe, you can still play around that situation pretty easy. Either way, the 153 Ministry on the low ground, that's pretty ballsy. And also, if it works out for him, then it's going to be pretty good. Now, here comes the Vulture. Oh, he wants to kill this scribe before the mine actually gets laid. Oh, well, that's an expensive scout there in terms of the Vulture losing its mine. Okay, Embassy. Two-Gate Embassy is the name of the game here for Neblime. He scouts that it's cross spawns. Mason going to get got by this Dracoden. He should be able to get... oh, you know what? Neblime... Okay, he doesn't really get much of a scout there. I was going to say, Neblime actually was able to kill that Mason before the Embassy was revealed. So, at best, he saw the 2-Gate, which is not necessarily a tell. That could be pretty much any build. It just means that it's not the lattice build. That's pretty much all it means, if Aod was watching that last game. All right, Stockade coming online here for Aud as double Blackjack production has been achieved with the scrapyards. So it looks like it was just going to be the first two Vultures. They've laid their mines. They've had their fun. And kind of covering a little bit of the middle of the map. These are like common avenues you might leave through the cross positions with. And, you know, it makes sense to do so. Very fast Nexus here after the Embassy, which is going to be good for a Witness. So Neblime has been favoring Witness style versus Terran because he's been going up against a lot of Terrans that build a lot of Vultures. And I think that it's still good to get a Witness even if there are no Vultures. But just being able to say that you've got all of the mines that you need, that's going to be pretty good. You know, that's going to be pretty good. Neblime going for 12 o'clock. I don't know if this is to scout some, like, a Mason making a watchdog or whatever, but no, he's actually going to drop a pylon. Okay. I was going to say, much too early for a third base. However, I could see an argument to, have something over here just from the basis of you eventually want to take this base, right? And this is also going to provide a little bit of vision if there's going to be some kind of drop. We know AU does like his drops. However, right now, just continuing to produce Blackjacks, continuing to produce some Shamans, starting to produce some Shamans. When that Shaman pops out, if Aod has paid attention to the Shimmer, he's going to be able to actually snipe that. In fact, this is the situation where if you're really paying attention, you rally the Shaman here, and when it's close to finishing, you bring the Blackjacks up, and then you siege the Shaman, right? Deploy the Shaman, and then you have vision to see the invisible units. Going to be about 6 Dracodens here moving across the map. I see no expansion. Yeah, there it is. Neblime not being on the ball when it comes to the presence of that Shaman. Going up to 5 gates here. It's going to be 5-gate Drac Ecclesiast. No melee. And right now he's actually sidestepped this mine. Although this Dracoden's going to give up the ghost, I think. Yeah. That's going to be revealed. The first of the 2 Vultures ends up sharking up north. Going to lead him through the minefield there and scout around, see what's going on. When he sees this Nexus up, I mean, we look at the worker count here. You're talking about 24 workers in the main base. Definitely could transfer a few down to the natural, but it's not a huge priority right now if you're trying to deal with the fact that you just need to spend all this money down. We're starting to see Zealots filter in as well as those Ecclesiasts. So getting into a more scalable army here is Neblime. Remember, right now it's healing but not anti-burst. I feel like versus Protoss, you really do want those Anseals, like Shambler was demonstrating versus Zerg. Obviously, they can be useful in all the matchups, but I do think this composition, it does end up getting wounded pretty heavily by focus fire from the Drakodons. Now, some of the gateway units there are going to be accosted by the Vulture. Hey, look at that. Random Ecclesiast out there. Drakodon starting to hemorrhage. And you remember, Neblime is actually postured in such a way that he can heckle and fall back. The damage isn't permanent because of the presence of the two Shamans. This is actually a pretty scary mech push here in the middle of the map. And the Witness is now revealing the position of the army. Neblime wants to charge in there, but that's a lot of damage density with the Blackjacks. He just transferred some workers down as well. He is going to end up losing this Nexus if he doesn't pounce on this opportunity now. He's got a couple of Zealots up the ramp. I don't think he can save the Nexus. The question is, can Aoud save his army after the fact? And I feel like the Drakodon presence is not going to be sufficient. The Zealots are going to come in and see what they can do. But look at this. Aoud has found a timing that Neblime was not able to power up in with his 5 gateways. He's lost his Nexus. There was a ministry behind this, and that is GG with Aoud taking down everybody to Pound Town. At this point, everybody's gone 1-1. Hey, we just need a repeat of everything that's happened so far. We get that ever so luxurious FFA decider. That build order not going Neblime's way. The timing off of the Blackjacks ends up being too much for him. I do wonder if people have been expecting Aoud to just stick to his Talos shenanigans, his Talos guns. It's not going to work out that way, though. Shopkeeper Dog already knows the score. I don't even have to ping him. He's going to go ahead and select a map versus Aoud 64. At this point, it can be anything but Muspelheim, Paradise, Czech Steel. No. Blackwater Bastion was the veto of Aoud. Near Impact. Okay. All right. We've got ourselves Spinal Tap. Shopkeeper Dog's map of choice. I'm trying to think about the way that this would work out. So if Aoud wins here, Neblime rematches, right? And Neblime wins, and then the path to FFA is twofold, right? We can get a repeat of everything that happened, where Dog beats Aoud, Neblime beats Dog, and Aoud beats Neblime. If that happens again, if we do a repeat, then the path to an FFA is secured. However, if Aoud beats Dog here, Neblime will have to beat Aoud, and then Dog will have to beat Neblime. That's the only way that we can make that work. So just letting you guys know, for everybody following at home, they want to see that FFA. I want to see that FFA. I'm sure it would be epic. The only time we had it was in an undercard back in the Fraud of July, which was very cool, very epic. But it hits different when it's some of the top players. You know what I mean? It hits different when it's in Acropolis. We haven't had an Acropolis FFA. And boy, do I want it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to rock and roll. Load in to map number 4, and it will be Spinal Tap. Down here in the bottom left, Shopkeeper Dog has already left the building with a Mason. He is the Palatinate Blue Terran. All right. And in the top right, Pumpkin Terran of Aoud. So I might not have that much time to update the score, as this Mason is heading all the way over here. Okay. And I might not have that much time to update the score on the door here, but as mentioned previously, you really should be praying that the same exact thing happens. Can we enter a time loop? Just get us to that FFA, because that is where we want to be. Okay, he doesn't put it. He puts it on the high ground. That's so that if he, if somebody scouts it, Oh no. Okay, it was an anchor. It was an anchor. The nerves are setting in. Shopkeeper dog. He hit the wrong button. All right, fulcrum for both players. Obviously, the one for dog is further away, slightly delayed. He has taken a hit on his stuff there. Now again, the Mason leaves for Aoud. By the time the Mason arrives at the enemy base, the Goliath should already be started if it's going to be the same thing there. Dog is going to go. He's going straight for the quarry. It's going to be the same exact. He's running it back. He's running back the same strat. And now a fulcrum much closer to the enemy or to his choke point here is for Aoud. A second fulcrum, not like back in the base, but over here. I still think, and I have seen Dog do this in the past, but not versus Terran. You can get a float over here. It's dangerous, but you can do it. But obviously, that's not what's happening here. So, okay, Goliath started. First Talos started. Mason coming up afterwards. Aoud's still going to be up by 4 workers again for a brief period of time here as he awaits his inevitable rush. The mines in the main choke as opposed to the natural choke. Remember, this Mason is going to be here as well. All right, first Goliath is here. Does he move in with just the first Goliath? It looks like he will. He's waiting on a little bit more money so he can grab that second Goliath. And that one, the fulcrum is not actually rallied too deep. So this is kind of interesting. Second fulcrum complete. We're going to have a Vulture and a Goliath of Aoud's own. Kind of interesting there. Ooh, dangerous. He knows there's probably another mine off to the side there, and that's why Shopkeeper Dog is elected to delay a little bit here. So, does he end up lifting that fulcrum and bringing it home, or is he just going to continue producing from it from a distance? He's got a second Goliath out. Now he can hold all of the aggression that might come from Aoud, who's got a funny placed Mason down there. Yeah, like Aoud, I'm not sure if Aoud knows whether or not the danger is over. Second fulcrum being made, the first one floating across. Dog ends up being down 2 workers, so 1.5 workers. Remember, he gets double worker production courtesy of the presence of the quarry, so he can make Talos and such. Oh, it's going to be an anchor float. Okay, this also can make sense, right? Like, Goliaths and anchors are really strong. So seeing this does, factor in to something that makes sense to me. Double anchor means that I assume he's going to be going for multiple Goliaths. Ooh. Yeah, I think he's going to go 1 Goliath in each anchor, right? That seems to be what's happening here. The cops are coming. This is illegal play. Shopkeeper Dog going to jail. What's illegal is the fact that these the mines almost got seen there, or the vultures almost went up the ramp to see that. Now, Aoud is still at home, right? The Taluses are just trailing the anchors. If they make a fly around like this, still the reaction time will still be there, right? Like, he's going to have to deal with this. He's got blackjacks to deal with this. I don't think this is going to work out as well as the previous time, but cook, Shopkeeper Dog. Let's see you cook. They land at the same time. Oh, he's going to try for it. The Talus on the wrong Mason, the wrong anchor right now. They're going to go ahead and try to repair now. Let's see. The Goliaths are doing a lot of damage right now. They need to get into the other anchor. He can load it into the other anchor. He doesn't know that yet. I don't know if he knew that. You could put 2 Goliaths in 1 anchor. You didn't need 2 in the first place. A lot of Masons going down as a result of that raid. That pretty much just serves to slightly put it in the favor, worker count-wise, of Shopkeeper Dog, although 2 of his workers are floating around in the middle of nowhere. Another anchor placed more defensively. I wonder what would have happened if he put both Goliaths in the first anchor. Maybe he just wanted to buy a little bit more time, like using the Goliath as a damage sponge to kind of absorb damage so that the anchor didn't just get focused down. Now you're thinking about seeing if he can move further out. We don't have a Palladium, so there's not really an easy way for Mr. Dog here to hold. He's putting down his own ministry. It's going to be a little bit faster for Aoud, obviously, but Watchdog to watch for anything like that. Watch the dog. All right, first scrapyard and second scrapyard. No Palladium. I do think you might have wanted a Phalanx here just to extend the play and hold, and use the fact that you have extra worker production over your opponent since you just scouted he still doesn't have a quarry. Might have been the play here for Dog to play a little bit more out there. His minefield, definitely more defensive for the main. The 1 Goliath here. I don't know. I don't think it's going to work out super well. The Shaman's already here to restore. Now he's going to go ahead and dive in. I just don't think that Dog has enough here, because he's been pumping on the scrapyards, and he's added 2 fulcrums there, but I don't think he really has that much. Now, the mines do pop. He should be able to at least pick that one Goliath there, but instead he goes after some of the other units, and I think Ayoud's just going to crush on through. If we want that FFA, Neblime's got to defeat Ayoud, and Dog's got to upset Neblime. That's the only way, as this cheese did not work out for him. I didn't know Dog was going to be such a cheesy boy. Oh, it's versus Ayoud, so he can actually do that. Decapitation was selected by Neblime. Now, Ayoud did tell me previously he was not a fan of Decapitation. We'll see if he can become a fan in the short time that he plays it versus Neblime here. So far, these games are going pretty fast. I will also, tell a little birdie here. What is it? Yeah, it's only been 1 hour, and we're already, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're probably in the halfway point of the group, if not a little bit further out. I think scouting the empty base with only the quarry, it is a bit telling, I think. That's probably what it gave it away if you had to ask me. Alrighty. We are getting into Decapitation, map 6 of the group, I believe. Oh, no, maybe map 5 of the group. Which of our players are going to be running away with it? Let's find out, because Ayoud is up 2-1 in the group so far. He is the pumpkin turn in the bottom right of Decapitation. In the bottom left, we've got the Platinum Blue Protoss Neblime. I've redeemed myself for Game 2's poor predictions on the color. We all love a good ministry in the early stages of the game, that's for sure. The anchor play from the last match will probably make Ayoud think a little bit twice about leaving his corners unchecked versus Dog in the future. If this goes the way that you would predict, where Neblime just clean sweeps from here on out, there will only be one decider between Ayoud and Dog at that point. You know what I mean? That's what it seems to be shaping up as. But we'll find out. I guess not, because Ayoud actually took a game off of Neblime. So it's a little bit different. A little bit more difficult. Still anybody's group to play for. Ayoud marginally in the lead. Halfway to that ever-important 4-win mark, if he gets to there. If anybody gets to 3 wins, by the way, FFA Dream is dead. The FFA Hope and Dream is completely dead and gone. Dead and buried. So if you want the FFA, you are rooting for Neblime to win and then to immediately trip over himself and Dog to clutch it out. That's the way we get the FFA still. Here's how Dog can still win. Ayoud is not a fan of the monument system in this map. You got a little bit of light heckling done to him. 2-gate, Embassy. Similar build to before when Neblime faced off against Ayoud. He has faith in the build. Yeah, don't curse him yet, Shambler. And also, I don't know if we want your curses. Your curses led to so many fucking desyncs in Group A. Thankfully, they were all fixed in Group V. So there's that. All right, first scrapyard done, second scrapyard nearing completion. It will be a very similar rematch to... Oof. Very similar rematch to that previous matchup. I will say one thing. Third gate before Nexus, that's different for Neblime. I think. It might not be. I'm pretty sure, though, he added 3 gates over time to his 2-gate start after the Nexus is done. But it might have been 3-gate expand and then add 2 more. Witness coming out. Neblime is an artisan enjoyer. And on this map, you do have... Oh, look at this. He's actually harvesting with the scribe there. You can get a little bit of extra juice from that aquifer. It's not super efficient, but with artisans, it is. All right. Second gate add to come up to 4. Still no Nexus. All right. Witness detecting some mines. That's to anti-drop. I do like making that even darker on the map if he just sends one Dracodon over and then clears out that mine and then the next mine. Now the Witness revealing. We've got double blackjack production. We've got the Shaman out of the Vestry. And, of course, a Watchdog being put down there because... Oh, there's still one mine there. It doesn't look like Neblime actually cleared that one fully. Finding his way. Oh, what's he doing? I think he's thinking about... Okay, he's going to drop another gateway. It's 5 gate on 1 base. So Neblime feels like his mistake on Paradise was expanding too fast. That seems to be the case. Witness indeed revealing, okay, these Monuments of Sin are being brought down. This could be a nice little opportunity here for him to heckle some units on the bottom. In fact, he's actually going to move over to preempt this attack and see if he can, use this cliff advantage. This is double cliff advantage in a few places. You're going to see the longest Dracodon shots of your life. If they're shooting down here, they have 10 range. Just putting that out there. Just putting that out there. It doesn't look like actually Aid wants to bother, though. I don't know if he had a 6th sense or what. So now they only have 8 range on the cliff. First set of engagements, currently favoring Neblime a lot more than previously. His Ecclesiasts fall, so his movement speed is going to allow him to get out. He does a little bit of heckling. You know, I've seen a lot of StarCraft 1 where in TVP, the Protoss has to kind of slow the push from the Terran until they get like leg enhancements for Zealots. And that's kind of a similar vibe to what I'm seeing here, except I don't know what Neblime is going to be doing with, there's not a leg enhancements equivalent. He's not teching up right now. He's just got 5 gate Drac. So, there's nothing for Ayud to snipe over here. He's just going to continue heckling. Ecclesiast goes down. There's another one over there. He's kind of using them just for the speed boost. He has sandwiched them in from the north. Ayud may be getting baited in, assuming there was going to be an expansion coming, but there isn't. And now with the cliff advantage and the natural, as Zealots are going to come on down, empowered by the speed of those fallen Ecclesiasts, the Dracodon's focusing down individual Blackjacks. You cannot actually stop them from overkilling. And that will be a fairly comprehensive army wipe for Neblime. Ayud now struggling. What can he do? He doesn't really have that much on the defense. He's going to go ahead and drop double anchor. Adding another stockade, presumably for an additional vestry. I'm not really sure yet. Or maybe he wants to transition out of mech entirely. His ministry actually got paused. I'm feeling this is going to be a little bit tight. I don't think Ayud actually has what he needs to hold this. He was adding more, economy when Neblime was going for that 5-gate bust, and that ends up favoring the Protoss. GG is called. The FFA dream lives on as Neblime gets his 2nd win under his belt in the group. All of the eyes are on Shopkeeper Dog. Can he do the upset? He's got to pick a map to go up against Neblime. You heard about pushing V as a Zerg player? Well, now about you gotta go a step further than that, my man. You gotta push D or W. It's up to you, dog. It's up to you. Dog 'em up. Channel your inner HitEmUp and dog 'em up. That's right, Art of Turtle. You're so right. I'm very impressed with this group so far. The fact that we're one game away, the fact that we are one game away from making it happen is pretty impressive. Just to give you guys some alternative possibilities, if Neblime wins the next 2 matches in a row, so he beats Dog and then beats Aoud in the rematch, the rematch, Neblime will of course exit in first place with a score of 4-1, and at that point, Aoud64 and Shopkeeper Dog will enter into essentially what is a best of 3 with Aoud already up 1, which means that Dog can win if he wins 2 matches in a row and he will exit second place, or it would be Aoud winning 1 game and exiting in second place. So that's what it would look like if Neblime wins twice. It gets a little bit funkier if Neblime beats Dog here and then loses to Aoud, because then there's like first and second place deciders and stuff. So we'll come back to that later on. But if you had to ask the bookies' odds at this point, Neblime wins the next 2 matches, and then it's Shopkeeper Dog versus Aoud in that aforementioned series where Aoud's already kind of up 1 in a best of 3. You can think about it that way. That's the most likely composition here of matches. But Dog could still upset, and if Dog wins, the FFA dream will become real. It'll become a reality. And that, to me, is just beautiful. If Dog wins, we go to a free-for-all on a particularly crafted FFA map where all 3 players will be active at once. Whoever wins the FFA is our group champion. And then it's a single match, best of 1, to decide second place between the 2 players that did not win that FFA. I love that Jijik drops the Neblime throw so he can see X. Appreciate you, Jijik. We need that FFA, Dog. Let's go! Still waiting on his map pick. It's going to be Demaloon. Okay. This one's for all the marbles, boys. This one decides if we go to the FFA. And I certainly hope we do. Neblime in the top left as our Ultramarine Protoss. Shopkeeper Dog in the bottom right as our Maroon Terran. Oh, it was Blood. You know, I guessed Blood, and then I decided since I always guess wrong, I should guess Maroon instead. Nonetheless, we're going to see what Dog can do. He's not proxying, so... How come this is the only map? Oh, I see. The geyser's on the... closer to the edge of the map, the bottom right. Oh, he's closer to... No, wait. No, that's right. What? The ridge is closest to the corner on both sides. He just means that the geyser should be on this side and the ridge should be on that side if it's going to be like other maps. Gateway coming out here for Neblime. Pretty stock standard there. See if he wants to go for his patented simulacrum bust again. I highly doubt he'll do that twice in one group, but you never know. He showed that once, and he's like, yeah, I'm just going to keep that in my back pocket. Fulcrum coming out here for Shopkeeper Dog. It's not in his opponent's sphere. Unfortunately for us, it's not in his opponent's base either. I feel like he could probably just go ahead and, move over here, build a stockade, rally Hawkmed. That's what Mystery Me would do. I guess Mystery Me would put a Mason here, build the stockade, float it, and then rally Hawkmed. Dracodon coming out. You do have a pretty healthy amount of space to put, like, you could put like 2 or 3 stockades over there. It is going to be that 152 Ministry. This actually is even faster. It's like a 151. And you know what? The Scribe isn't even going to scout it because Neblime was kind of idling in the base there. It is going to be a Lattice in the back, Ooh, it's double lattice. Okay, so I believe the Mason did see the first lattice. I don't think he's going to see the second. When you see 2 lattice, you know it's probably Vassal. But it could be just mass sim. Like, that's a possibility after what we've seen. Mine on the bridge. Mine in the middle. I like these mine placements from Dog. He's actually going to go ahead and drop a mine somewhere on the north side and then see if he can, like, just watch for, you know, a bridge push or anything like that, right? Or what's he doing? Okay, he's going to stun any worker that goes up here to expand or something like that, it looks like. Just kind of parked there. Now, there is a scribe being sent across the map. It will obviously clear the mine in the middle. This is like a tactic that no other Protoss really does. No other Protoss thinks, I'm going to use one of my workers to clear mines, just so that it's darker, right? Like, Dog even looks at that, and he sees it's a scribe. He doesn't have any useful information because of that. His Vulture will move out to see if he can, you know, clear the scribe, stop it from moving any further. You can see him kind of moving around back and forth there. Oh, he's leaving as the scribe shows up. Now he can pick it. He's even going to go ahead and body block it, just so it doesn't clear that mine on the bridge, right? And now you can see the Drakiden on the way. Now he knows. Let's see, what is this? 2 Drakidens and a Sim. It is 2 Vassals behind this. We don't have a Watchdog. You know, Neblime did say multiple times in the casts when we were casting him versus jakulangski that, you know, this guy just doesn't make Watchdogs. And he's now pocketing 4 Vassals, 2 more on the way. Now, there are Cyclops and an Anchor. This is going to be really hard for Vassals to do anything to. Over here, it might be a bit of a different story. We've got 1 of the Blackjacks. Let's see, the Vulture comes in and gets body blocked by all the Scribes. I don't think he saw the Vassals, but we'll know because there will be a Watchdog. You know, 1 Watchdog being repaired a lot is usually enough to dissuade, like, up to, like, 8 or 10 Vassals. So you don't really need that much. Now, the Palladium coming. Ooh, Sim split. Sim split. Oh my god! It's agonizingly slow. Second Anchor. Oh no! Bit off a little bit more than he could chew. You can see how APM intensive this is. Set up a sim farm. The Nana Poo Poo Phalanx is going to go ahead and make this no longer really a possibility. Now, okay, what's our vassal count at? 12 vassals, and we don't have a Madrigal coming. So this is actually a little bit scary. You know, the ground army is actually falling back. I feel like that's a bit of a mistake from Neblime because he could just posture to attack in with the ground army when everything unloads from these anchors. If we had 1 Madrigal coming, I would not be worried whatsoever. Neblime wants to consider his angle of attack. One of the Sims ends up leaving there. 1 Drakiden at the ramp. The Sim farm, additional vassals being deployed. Second gate. Nexus only now coming up online. Remember, Neblime has a significant worker advantage. Is that going to continue? Because Shopkeeper Dog had the worker advantage. As of right now, he is now under attack. He really needs to pull those workers. Instead, he's just allowing them to get picked off. Dog is only down by a little bit, but no, now it's going to start to really add up. Versus the Blackjacks. I think the Vassals could actually take this fight. Instead, he's just going to go ahead and clear out the workers. Down by 10 workers is Shopkeeper Dog. No armor on the Phalanx when it's deployed. That is easy fodder for the... it should be easy fodder for the Vassals. However, courtesy of those Cyclops and the Anchor, they make him work for it. They end up losing all 4. Still, killing that Phalanx is pretty bad. I don't know if Shopkeeper Dog is going to be able to hold on, but I know he'll give it a good old college try as the Madrigal has made landfall. He does have more worker production than his opponent, right? The Nexus is going to finish soon, so that won't be true for very long. But he can start to even the odds a little bit here. And remember, Terran can be more cost-efficient than the Protoss army can. If they get up to that ball, they get a lot of Blackjacks. You know, the Vassals are good for harassment, not so good for busting. And a Vulture did sneak out in the middle of all of that. So I feel like at this point, you know, he can at least get in and see what's in the natural. He's not going to be able to do too much economic damage with this, but he might deny mining for a little bit. Third base will be establishing a third base at the 12 o'clock will be stunned, so that's another thing that Neblime's going to have to be somewhat cognizant of. The Vassals don't get really anything done as they swoop back in. We don't see any fresh Mason corpses, so looks pretty good there. A second Madrigal is being deployed. Vulture does get cleaned up by the Golems and the Drakidens. Very interesting stuff here. So we are seeing a wide diaspora of Protoss units being made. Oh, look at that. The Scribe actually somehow magically passed to the left of the lobotomy mine. I'm very impressed by that. Anchor's lifted. Gonna go ahead and relocate a little bit. Oh, actually, they're just being sent out. One of them does have Cyclops in it. You might be inclined to think that this is like an empty one. But if if those anchors move up, right, and they just like land over here by the Nexus, that could be a pretty good move to heckle some workers or whatever. This Drakiden should be pulled back, but it doesn't look like Neblime wants to. Okay, he's gonna delay a little bit there. Dog had the opportunity to just absolutely crush that. Now, there's not really that much with this army. He's gonna go ahead and deploy the Madrigal. I feel like there needs to be another phalanx somewhere with this force, but yeah, there's not really that much here. Golem is going to go ahead and get eaten up by all of those shots, but that's the army wipe. Shopkeeper Dog not able to do it. The move out was a little bit too early for him after all that damage that he took. And that means Neblime has officially crushed the dreams of the FFA enjoyers in the chat. There will be no free-for-all decider this time around, and Neblime breathes a sigh of relief because he fucking hates free-for-alls. Absolute GG. That means Aoud will pick a map to play off against Mr. Neblime. Let's see which maps are still in play. As of right now, we have Rage Slave, Blackwater Bastion, and Check Stealer. So a 3-spawn map and 2 4-spawn maps are available for picking. As of this point, Genesis Y has not been played, but it was vetoed by Neblime, so it's no longer available to be picked against him. So it will be Rage Slave for our next matchup. That will be Aoud 64 versus Neblime. So, for everybody who wants to know what's going on now, if Neblime wins here, he is first place. If Aoud wins, then Dog is eliminated from contention and will exit third, and Aoud 64 will rematch against Neblime to decide first and second place. So, think of this as a best of 3 with Neblime up 1. And Aoud falling to a lower bracket versus Dog if that happens, if Neblime wins. With all that said, we are about ready to get started here. The FFA dream has died, but we can still have some pretty fun matches here. It's going to be Aoud 64, the Pumpkin Terran in the top left. And look at this, we don't have close spawns, we have far spawns with Neblime, the Ultramarine Protoss in the bottom left. While I update our scores, keep in mind, if you're enjoying the action so far, I know we didn't get the FFA, guys, but you can still donate on Coffee if you want to send some money our way. Code-fee. I don't know how you'd actually pronounce that. It's a bit of a cursed branding, you know? Oh, man, I was so excited. I thought maybe I would still have some more coffee so I could take a sip of that, but I'll take a sip of water. Water's pretty good. And it's a Stockade first from Aoud, so we're already seeing something a bit different. Gateway coming out for Neblime. We'll see when he wants to add those lattices, because I do actually think that like the golems are okay versus the blackjacks. I mean, the armor pen is still pretty good on the blackjack, but the golem does have that like uncanny ability to stay alive for a little bit longer than you think. It's just like chaff that doesn't stop you from producing Drakidins, right? Both players going to go ahead and scout. Yeah, no FFA and no coffee. I can't believe it. So sad. I mean, I drank my coffee, so that's why. Yeah, Dog is in the chat talking about he should have gone double Madrigal. I think if that first Phalanx is a Madrigal instead, then he's probably good. Because the one thing that the double Lattice means is that they don't really have good push potential. And so in this matchup, right, like, Aoud going to go for... It's Mass Stockade right now. He's actually switched it up entirely and gone into Bio. It's going to be 2-gate Embassy once again for Neblime. He's got a very different style versus Mr. Aoud. Really, it's going to be down to whether or not Aoud can get the information about what Neblime is doing. And what his game plan is going to be with Stockade. Because when you see Mavericks, like, you know it's at least one Stockade, but you're guessing it's probably more. You know what I mean? Like, what's the tell for Neblime? Does he know that, does he intuit that there's more there? With his embassy, he can get a witness anyway, so it's not really the end of the world for him. There's no, like, lethal push that can happen anytime soon with just the straight-up bio. Drakaden is going to come in just in time to deny the scout of that Mason. Something that tickles me a little bit is when... He's actually going to see the embassy. Okay. Well, he's going to confirm the build, at the very least, is the same as before. That's pretty helpful. Vestry coming out here for Aoud's first... third Stockade, but first add-on. He's not, like, hardcore harvesting Vespine, so I wouldn't suspect that he's going to be going for, like, Covenants or anything. Does he just straight up do, like a bio ball with Clerics? No, it's actually going to be a Shaman, okay. So, something that does tickle me about the way that Aoud talks about the game, Grand Library, Psionic Storm in our future. Aoud does talk about Terran when he talks about, like, the workers and stuff. He says Mansons instead of Masons. And that just makes me think, like, all of his workers are, like, jamming to Marilyn Manson or something. I don't know. Like, what's he thinking about that, you know? Very well saturated on his main base. The same can be said for Mr. Neblime. But he's got a little bit more on the gas here. That Grand Library, indeed, going to be finishing up soon. I think with the gas mining that we're seeing for Neblime, he's definitely going to be going for at least one Cantavis. And look at this. The move out from Aoud, at this point, like, Neblime sees that there's no military hanging out at the base. Does he intuit that means that the army's already moved out? Like, where does he think the force is? And what does he think its complexion is? Because he sees the vestry. He's not going to see too much else. You know, he sees a lot of Hurricanes being made. Not rallied across the map, it must be said. So Aoud might have a little bit of a reinforcement, tough time reinforcing, you know? About 4 minutes in, he's got a decent amount of military here. Now, the question is, does he end up following up with this push? Is he able to get up the ramp? There's only 4 Drakadens. It doesn't feel like a lot. And the Cantavis, the timing here, could benefit him. At this point, Shopkeeper Dog's fate is no longer in his hands. He's hoping Neblime beats ass so that Aoud can, face off against him. He can still have a chance to fight for that second place. I do like that the preemptive stim there from Aoud is, it shows like a level of like, okay, I'm going to move. I'm going to be decisive. Now we're up to 5 Drakadens. That Cantavis nearly complete. The window for Aoud to actually affect change here feels like it's a little bit slow. He does go ahead and pre-stim. He's going to get his Hurricanes up the ramp. They melt the Zealots immediately, but here's the Cantavis, and the Psionic Storm pops at the right time. But look at that. It's not being moved. He actually falls away from that position. The Hurricanes diving forward. The Drakadens doing their best to reduce that. The Shaman now deploying to heal up the Mavericks. Is it going to be enough? Oh, the Storm definitely very, very good there, and it looks like that's going to thin the herd just enough. The Drakadens stayed alive. Squeaky bum time for that Cantavis. It was 1 Maverick hit away from death, but it doesn't end up falling. Still wiping most of the military there and definitely forcing a more conservative approach for Neblime. He drops down a Warden feeling like there's going to be that star pad coming in pretty soon, right? His witness was in the base. He almost certainly saw that. It is going to be a Trojan. Ministry constructing on location. Nexus a little bit later, but otherwise indeed even parity. Look at this, the Shaman pulling the Zealots away from the base. Hey, come down this ramp. It's new and shiny. Ah, you asshole. I'm sorry for doing that bit for so long. I really thought it was going to die sooner. Drakaden's already stationed to intercept a potential Trojan. It will be spotted by the witness. Does Neblime actually look at it and click on it? Because with the detection... No, it doesn't look like he did. With the detection, you can actually see it's 2 Hurricanes, 6 Mavericks, so... The 3 Drakadens already in position, you know. Aoud's been had. By the way, a Maverick drop with you stim those Mavericks after dropping them, they will wreck mineral lines. Like ridiculous good DPS. Immediately double expanding after this though. Like this is pretty solid for Neblime. He's not expecting that his opponent is actually going to be able to attack him anytime soon. And we are seeing a scrapyard and 2 fulcrums. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of a switch up. You can see that the Stockade with the Vestry is still making Shamans, but not really that much in terms of military. Both players, they've handshaken. They've decided they're not going to be pumping military right now. The witness has given a little bit of info and intel. Where did that witness go? Oh, he's moving around here on the lower end. I guess he's going to position himself so that he can intercept any incoming transports from the other side. And look at this. Well, he's maybe like a minute ahead of schedule, but yeah, the Trojan's going to be skirting the edges of the map. Watchdogs being assembled here, guarding the vertical spawns. This is what Rage Slave has kind of turned into when you get these far spawns. If you don't bust in the early stages of the game, you will get a longer match. So, I mean, I'm saying you will, and maybe somebody will die in like the next 5 minutes and I'll be proven wrong. But it does look like we're on track for a macro game. That bio bust did look pretty good. I think if the storm wasn't there, maybe you would have had enough gateway units that it wouldn't have mattered anyway, but it was looking pretty solid versus the very basic units that were there. And look at this. Neblime's actually pulled away because this Trojan took so long. The witness isn't even there. He skirted the edge of the witness. No way. Aoud might actually get some good damage here. He is down by 7 workers. And he, is against a Protoss who's playing less efficiently, or playing with more bases, right? So this is the stem on the Mavericks. Good pullback. He's only going to lose 2 workers and shut down the mining. Does need to scoop these bio units up and see if he can get out of here. They're kind of consigned to death anyway, but at least he can deny mining and slow things down over here. He does need to stem those Mavericks again if he wants to get good DPS there. All right. I love the Huracan just lighting everything on fire. No, instead, the Maverick... Oh, okay. Narrowly unloads to get a couple of more workers at the end of there. Again, during this whole time, Neblime's been continuing to produce workers. He's still got 23 or 25 over here, so I think he's just fine on the worker count. Adding a lot more gates. That was a really nice scout for Aoud. He has no idea about this base, so he doesn't know that he's still behind economically. But, he got a little bit of deeps. Adding stockades, more covenants for Eidolons. So we're seeing it's Eidolon Blackjack. No tier 2 in sight right now for our Terran player. Adding Ancials. And look at that, the witness just skirting out as the Ancials are about to pop out. Not something that was immediately noticed by Aoud, it looks like. Putting a defensive watchdog down there. You kind of want to float a structure or an Ancial over there to reveal things. This Ancial going to go ahead and scout out. Doesn't see that the army move out is happening. Oh, he's going to pan back. Maybe he saw some movement on the map and he wants to check that. He's going to instead see the Nexus. Okay. Interesting looking composition here for Neblime. He's got a lot of Dracodons, but he also has the 3 Cantavis, including one of them that's very wounded from before. Now, this witness, I was going to say it should die, but oh, look at that. He's going to reveal that there's indeed Eidolons. Camping the ramp. Moving a little bit further down it, actually. We might get a low ground engagement here. Open ground for Aoud. He doesn't have any artillery to set up. Really, it's just a question of, does he have his Shamans deployed? Does he have his Ancials in the right spots? So he's keeping it somewhat simple for him, as simple as Terran comps can really get. Ancials diving onto the Shamans, but they're trying to out-heal the Storm. That looks like it was pretty good. I don't know if maybe the Eidolon sniped out one of them. There's another Storm being set down. That's going to do a lot of damage to that mid-stack over here on the right. But look at this. All of the sustain, all of the healing from the Ancials, it's working out wonders for Aoud. We know Neblime likes his casters. He's going to have to cover his retreat. But that was I think, you see mostly Maverick corpses, a couple of Blackjack corpses here. There was a lot of other units that died here, including what I believe to be a Cantavis. We don't have a unique corpse for it yet, but that looks like it's a Cantavis. Same size of the rubble that they leave. So it's Huracan, Eidolon, Shaman, and a set of Blackjacks. This witness being revealed. Wants to watch out for that. The witness is not revealed, but the Terran is proximity cloak. It's really funny when you have mines decloaking wraiths and TVT and stuff. Let's see. Diving up the ramp. Neblime not actually guarding this right now, so it might have been a little bit of a missed opportunity for him to do that. Or did he want to bait him in? He throws down the Storm. His Dracodon's going to clear out everybody that would have been contesting that Cantavis. Is still narrowly in range to sustain that. Oh, no, it's a different one sustaining that one. Just doing so much damage. Almost got the Shaman. Was very, very close. But now, the Eidolon sniping down those specialists. We've got more units kind of hanging out over here, accepting the rally point of Huracans that is coming on in. Those Dracodons up to a stack of 5. Not much splash damage here for Neblime, aside from that Cantavis. And he has not changed his tune. He's still producing nothing but Dracodons right now. 8 gateways pumping in his main. trying to shield everything. Has Exodia been assembled? It's a very different style. The workers sped up by all of those dead Ecclesias are going to surround everything and put some DPS down as the Draconans, they've reached a critical mass, and they are starting to break through the shields. The shields of heaven have been broken, and Neblime is the demon to do it. He surrounded this army and completely rubbled it. Now, that did come at the cost of mining time. That did come at the cost of quite a few of the other units, but it's just pure Draconin right now. And versus bio, sometimes that's all you need. Maybe a little bit of help from Ecclesiasts speeding up scribes. I've never seen battle workers move that fast. A few Ancials ended up surviving to tell that harrowing tale. And the tier 2 is down. Well, if Neblime is incapable of busting up this ramp with the forces that he has, it's very, very likely that we are going to see a little bit of a longer game still. And Neblime's already thinking about that exact stuff. However, do my eyes deceive me? Okay, it's just an Atreus. I get confused by the icon sometimes. I was going to say, do we see an Optecton? Optectons would unironically be pretty strong here. The Ancial stack did get managed quite heavily, and it's not actually being replenished while I say that. There's one Ancial coming out, but it was a Trojan before that. Going to be a 4 blackjack drop. Might be able to intercept some of these bases that are being set up on the bottom right-hand side. Mineral only has been staffed by Aeud. So even economy right now. Dragonins have poked out here. They've mostly just been scouting around to see what's going on. He gets a couple of units into the mineral line there. It's not really that significant, right? Oh, look at this. He's actually going to go ahead and snipe a couple of Eidolons there. Just before they recloak. That's pretty snazzy. And look at this. You know, there's a broader strategy being deployed here. The Blackjacks are going to go ahead and get heckled down a little bit. And yeah, now they have to fall away, but you know, like the push and pull there was a threat. If the Dragonins had been a little bit faster. Atlas now complete. A couple of Hawkmeds, unfortunately, chancing defeat. And look at this, the Blackjacks are going to go ahead and try to cancel this Nexus out. I believe that they would have seen that one. You know, it's heavy enough that, yeah, you can just send a couple of units down there to clear that up. You're not actually going to lose the Nexus. So no need to cancel it. It was close enough there. Another Warden being put down, an extra pylon to maybe make dropping there a little bit less powerful. Some Draconins, some Atreuses are indeed on the way here. There's no Storm, no splash damage to deal with all the Hurricanes. But if you start replacing a lot of your Draconins with Atreuses, I think you can get pretty far. Now, I'm not sure Neblime clicked on that mantle to see what it was. A couple of these heckling continues. Aiden getting pretty good cost efficiency out of his Blackjacks. In fact, he might be able to clear this force with just the Blackjacks that he sees here. Yeah, the Scribes are going to have to get activated in this situation, I feel like. I don't know. No, never mind. There's some Zealots here. All right. Aeud wants to move out. Captaincy's coming in. He's going to start adding in perhaps Apostles, perhaps Madcaps. Aeud going to go ahead and try to take the middle base. This is very bold of him. Trojan just going to go ahead and watch here. Extra bases being saturated. 101 workers for Neblime. Definitely could transfer some of them, and from a few spots, looks like he's got a sad worker stuck on the other side from the decollision. The great Scribe pull of 2024. Yeah, that Trojan's just going to get heckled by the Warden a little bit, but it's empty. All right, he spots a few army move-outs here. Just a little bit of bio. Huracan, Blackjack, Eidolon, and Engram on the ramp. That's definitely going to help you soften up these units before they can really do much. Zealot watching for any gas mining there. A couple more Zealots going to be wrangled and caught there. At the same time, you know, Neblime is kind of poking out and trying to get onto the field. He's got so many units across so many ways, almost like he's playing Zerg with this kind of surround, but the Zealots have dragged all the way up to the top right, so they are not in this fight. And now, with the dying Ecclesias, he's going to pull back, heckling on the extremities. Some of those Eidolons getting popped. The Atreus is standing tall for as long as they can. More of the Blackjacks trying to be shielded by those Ancials. Could have maybe tried to pick some of those shielding units off to the side. Those are Zealots once again arriving to the top, but a little bit of a discordant attack. It's going on for a little bit longer. Still no splash damage for Neblime. And I feel like maybe his composition is starting to really run out here. He has started to break the energy of all of those Ancials, but it really feels like he doesn't have the tools for the job. He's still producing nothing but units out of the gateway and the one grand library that he's got. He doesn't have really any additional tech. He's setting up defensives at a mad dash. I don't think he's really going to be able to do it, but he's going to go for a push on the other side. That fully charged Madcap going to be quite difficult to deal with. Aeud might actually pull back to try to defend his base in the middle of the map, and that's maybe a vulnerability he didn't need to incur. More and more rallied units. The Trojan just soaking up a little bit of damage, buying a little bit of time, saving those workers for a moment longer. As this base continues to be attacked in, the rallies working okay, but no, the Ant Seals are still shielding. That base has to be conceded. However, this base is still up and running. It has 1 Matrix, 1 Warden. Could have more on the defensive side. Neblime in dire straits. Aoud close to forcing a rematch for first place. Double Ardent coming up here as he desperately tries to optimize his position. He needs something more. He needs something greater. And right now, he's found an army, an opening. He's going to charge in to clear out this middle base and maybe get a better engagement onto the Bio Ball that's streaming on in without support of the Ant Seals. This is going to be a jump on, and now he's going to see about falling away. That Ministry not destroyed. Ecclesias falls to allow the retreat a little bit faster. Some of the mantle units coming out here include Ramses. We are going to see a lot of penetration from them. They go straight through the Zealots and such. Looking a little rough. There's only the 1 engram. He's going to go ahead and attempt to bust. Remember, upper ramp is a lot harder. The bonus range and the shorter little choke point there. The Cataphract's starting to pepper down the Zealots as well. The Huracan's rending the armor. The Ramses penetrating everything. And I don't know if Neblime can hold here. He doesn't have that many more units coming up. But the front line's starting to dwindle for Aoud. I might be inclined to say that Neblime can hold. More units coming in. Is Aoud really going to try to force the issue this way? The Ant Seals do offer a sustain. A couple of Clerics healing some of those units in the back, allowing those Eidolons to stay alive a little bit longer, and the engram does fall. Very, very important there. But Aoud will fall back. He doesn't quite have the artillery necessary. Workers were pulled and everything. He's got many, many more units. His engine of destruction continues. Autocrats now put up. Those are going to do a great job of further cementing this game for the Terran player. A couple of architects are being made. I don't hate that idea, but they're not rallied to the front line. They're not really going to be involved in this battle. Maybe he could station them over here, get that extra +4 range onto the low ground. But as of right now, it's looking real rough for Neblime. He's going to get committed on yet again. The Ant Seal's fully recharged by now. Shaman's coming in for extra sustain. One of them deployed, healing so much. The Scribes get pulled just to throw him at him, just to slow him down for a little bit. But Aoud, he's seeing Neblime's army as a speed bump, and he's just going to charge right on over. The second Shaman needs to get deployed. There it is. Ant Seals continuing to shield those damage. The backline starting to fall, and the Autocrats have procced. Now here comes a little bit of something else. Zombified Protoss units will once again join the fray, but turning against their former masters, courtesy of those Autocrats, resurrecting the dead right in front of Neblime's unbelieving eyes. The 2 architects from before have arrived, but the Ant Seals are a very optimal choice versus that. And we're starting to see that revive kick in. We're going to see some of those Striders change allegiances. He's got more and more units trying to stream on in. Neblime is going to get flanked from the reinforcements coming into the other side, and GG has to be called. Aoud 64 will force a decider for first and second place. And unfortunately, as hype as that game was, Shopkeeper Dog is out of contention for exiting in second or first. Wow. Okay. Aoud came to play. Get a nice long game on Rage Slave to show off the defensibility of those new ramps. Now it's only Check Stealer and Genesis Y available for Neblime to pick. Even though he vetoed Genesis Y, he can still pick it. Hoo-hoo! He does pick his veto. Genesis Y will be the selection. This is where we close out the group. Who's going to exit in first? Who's going to exit in second? And which unlucky son of a bitch is going to get Neblime as their pick? That's really the main thing we want to know. Is it going to be a second seater or a first seater? But hey, looking pretty lethal, man. You can't say nothing. You can't say nothing. My God. Let the single brain cell think for you, according to Jujic. Dude, Shopkeeper Dog will never. I will never forget that Goliath push. I'm a bit sad that he wasn't able to battle it out. You know, man, if he was able to clutch out that match on Spinal Tap, that would have been big. Or if he was able to defeat Neblime on Demaloon, that also would have been big. Give me that FFA, man. We have one more chance for the FFA later on. The go-go has been called. Genesis Y, our final map of Group C. Who's exiting in first? Who's exiting in second? We're about to find out. It's Neblime in the bottom right. Ooh, this is a cool, cute color. Is this just regular teal? This feels like it's not cyan. Oh, no, it's eggshell blue. Yeah, eggshell blue Protoss on the bottom right. And, of course, Ayud is the pumpkin Terran in the top right. We all know Ayud's Terran, and we all know Ayud's pumpkin. I don't know why he's pumpkin. It's true that Dog did say in the lobby after he got his first win and was up against Neblime, he just goes, I got one win. Mission accomplished. He came to get one win, and then he decided, that's it. That's all I need. Maybe we should have a group full of the third placers, as the show match or something. We could have like a that could be a cute little move. We do need to take a little bit of a chill pill after that last game. It was pretty intense. There was definitely a lot of fighting, a lot of moving back and forth. Neblime not accepting the tech. He gets the architects, but it's much too late. A little bit of a worker shuffle there. Fulcrum to Fulcrum. Gateway to Gateway. Now, will this Fulcrum that's pocketed up in the top left be scouted? That's the question here. No, Neblime moving around. He sees the one Fulcrum. Yeah, he sees it. Okay. He's like, oh, okay, you're proxying, you're stuffing a Fulcrum in the middle. Oh, you know what, Myriad? Myriad might have an idea. What if you just do it's a group full of FFAs, and first of 4 FFAs wins? No, that should be the show match, actually. It should just straight up be a 4-player FFA between all of the people who exited in third place. Now, that scribe has been dealt with. First Vulture out, second Vulture out. And second Fulcrum, of course, was scouted earlier. I wonder if, like, Ayud... Is he just going to go ahead and continue putting this stuff in, like, the side because nobody scouts that? And then, like, when people start scouting it, is he going to change it up? Like, I wonder about that. Is the momentary confusion as to not seeing where the second production structure is worth it? And yeah, Shambler is also talking about a different format change in the chat here, mentioning that maybe we could have something that would be more like, what would you say? Watchdog Scout in progress here. Embassy on the way with the Witness. Adding a stockade, that's most likely going to be for a vestry, so you can get some shamans out. Seems like he's actually going back to the Paradise comp. That's what it looks like to me. Which is also the same thing that he did on Decapitation, so it's 1-1 right now with this particular composition. But yeah, I've long since, for a while now, I've actually thought that it would be really hype if we had like an all-day affair, like each group was first person to make like 5, 6, 7 wins instead of 4, you know? We would definitely need more maps in the pool for that, but we could do that. We have some pretty good maps now. So the Drakonids are fanning out here with the Witness as well, watching. They're actually trying to go after an area that's less likely to be mined. However, Ayud has been paying attention, and he has been putting up the mines. So he's already fallen back. Going to go ahead and drop his Vestry. I think this is a perfect response for Ayud. I don't think he can really be countered by this. He scouts 3-gate, and he's going to scout no Nexus. So he should have pretty strong ideas about this position. You can see the Vulture going ahead and dropping a mine over there off to the side. Never know when that might come in handy. Some of the suggestions I'm getting in chat. Perfect. Impeccable. Neblime has a scribe out here in the sort of interior base at 4 o'clock. I wonder what that's all about. There's also a Mason down here for the Watchdog Scout, so there is that as well. I love that he's just kind of keeping this here for the purposes of seeing the potential Nexus. I would probably be dumb enough to land it, mostly just because I think if there's like a vassal or an envoy that like comes across and I shoot it with my Watchdog, that would be really funny if it's like in his natural, right? I do oftentimes go for what's funny. So it's actually a witness scribe tag team so that the mines can be revealed and de-mined. He's got the diffuser, you know, the mine specialist. But it's a lot of blackjacks right now. The move out is going to come pretty soon. A second stockade was made for the purposes of adding in the Hurricanes, and the Watchdog is now going to go ahead and make an ant seal. This will make it a lot harder for that witness to scout things around. You can see the deployed shaman is going to help ambiently kill a witness that strays too close to the sun. A couple of units monitoring the position. That Watchdog's still not cleared. So as long as the Aoud sees that there's no Nexus, he can be pretty certain that, you know, Neblime is gunning for the military victory. 5 gate on one base, adding a lattice as well. Now this Drakodin will finally clear out the Watchdog. So it'll be a little bit harder for Aoud to confirm whether... Well, never mind. I mean, it'll burn down. Yeah, there you go. He's going to go ahead and bop it now. Oh, he was trying to secure the kill, I think, but it died to burning instead. Clearing out those mines, making sure he doesn't get bopped by his own... Hoisted by his own petard, as they say. Look at that. Deploy the shaman. Oh, never mind. Witness will evade capture for now. You can't do witness tampering. It's not legal. Scribe finally gets bopped. Well, Neblime is thinking about a Nexus, but he's also got his army out in the middle of nowhere so that he can maybe set up for a nice little flank. He's also kind of anticipating that the attack is going to come from the left. The witness kind of moving around here preemptively, but it's not seen anything just yet. It was tailing that army. Good intel for Neblime to do that. Now, doesn't necessarily want to jump straight down that ramp. Finally clearing out the witness there. There could be another Watchdog Scout put down at some point, but Aoud's just going to keep that Mason or Manson there, depending on if you're Aoud to do yourself. All right, Nexus has started. Ministry has started. Oh, it's a treasury. That's cute. Not going for the ministry after all. He feels like he has enough workers. He can just transfer them and continue making them on one base. And that's probably fine for tempo. I think that kind of signals to us Aoud going for a more two-base all-in kind of strategy. However, his ant seals have fallen way too far forward. There's only one of them still alive. There was only 2 to begin with. There's a second one now rejoining the fray. Could have been 3. 3 is a good number. You'll never hear me say that again. The Blackjacks are going to see if they can take this fight. Remember, they're not advantaged because of their range. And a flank of Draconins and Idols is coming in from the right-hand side as well to intercept reinforcements and frustrate this position. But the spoke has been taken by Aoud's mech. He is going to dive forward. This is still a very scary army. Make no bones about it. Vulture does end up going down. The ant seal gets sniped. A big pickup there. As a couple more units are just kind of errantly moving around, frustrating the approach of Aoud. He dives forward with the Hurricanes. The Vults and the Blackjacks are diving in and seeing what they can do. The Shaman's deployed. They're going to get some pretty good healing. There's still that one ant seal, though. It's very vulnerable. It could be focused down here. The Draconid's trying to just reduce the DPS instead. He's got a bunch on the top side as well, really stopping that critical mass of Blackjacks from assembling here. But is it already too many? Has Aoud gotten too deep into Neblime's territory? More units popping out here. He's got 5 gateways producing. One more macro cycle, and he might be able to overwhelm this, especially as the ant seals and the shamans are being attempted to be taken down. But no, I think the sustain is too much. Oh, Aoud's popping left, right, and center. Striders on a rally. Neblime so close to giving up the ghost. Nexus is nearly destroyed. I mean, it's only 8 Blackjacks, right? But they sustain and shield for so long. More units coming in as well. Neblime will scout that with the Drakodin. Sees that 2 more Blackjacks and 2 Hurricanes are on the way. Idol's not a bad choice to get a little bit of splash effect. And remember, Aoud is really stuck on, like, right now he's adding a ministry, right? But he's stuck on the 2 base mark right now with less worker production than Neblime can afford once he gets his natural setup, if he gets his natural setup again. Dire straits, but he's going to hold on. He's not broken yet. Maybe the ant seals were the key to everything. I mean, ant seal shaman is a gutsy composition. It takes so much gas. But think about it, right? You lose health on the ant seal after you lose all of its shields. Well, then the health gets healed by the shamans. Stonks go up. At this point, we're talking 4 shamans, 3 ant seals. I don't know if Neblime can do this. I mean, the ant seals are being kind of wasted there trying to keep the front line alive. So their energy is pretty low. But there's not that many Drakenons left over. The Blackjacks are too strong. And AUD64 has exited on top. Impressive stuff. Our Venezuelan Terran has managed to top the charts. And he will be the man of the hour. All right, with all that said, I feel like we're having a pretty good time today in Acropolis era. This is our final score line, ladies and gentlemen. We have ourselves within a hair's breadth of fully finishing out Acropolis number 2 Battlement stage and knowing who our players are likely to be. With Neblime exiting in second place and AUD64 exiting in first, we have a rare treat on our hands because we could get a ridiculously powerful, lopsided quarterfinal. So I'll have to consider the seeding very, very well. And you know what? I have a whole hour before the next series of matches start, I think. Is that right? Yeah, I do. Wow, I didn't think I was going to get a break today. Guys, I can eat. I can have food. I'm so excited. That's probably the most excited part of this whole thing, if you can believe it. I'm going to ask Ayud if he wants to hop in for an interview. Now you are hearing the voice of Ayud64, the man who has exited in first place over Neblime and Shopkeeper Dog. How are you feeling after those games?
I'm pretty happy with the results. To be honest, I was a little bit worried because the first game really worried me a lot because I didn't know what to expect out of Shopkeeper Dog, and I knew Neblime, he's a really good player, so I was in trouble, starting off like that. But I tried to focus, try to stay calm, believing in what I wanted, in what I needed to do, and my strategies would work. And so, well, it looks like it did pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like overall, these were very interesting matches. I especially thought Rage Slave went the distance, obviously, and you had a very unorthodox composition. I've seen you pull out something kind of similar to that in TVT, but with Phalanx. In TVP, though, you decided to eschew Phalanx entirely and go for the Madcaps and eventually the Autocrats, which you were already ahead by the point that the Tier 2 bio hit the deck, but that kind of finalized it and sealed the deal. How did you feel about Rage Slave? Like, could you think back to, your drop attack and your attempted bio bust where he held you with the storm and stuff? Like, that was a longer one, and I feel like that's the juiciest one to talk about. Did you have many thoughts about that?
Well, yes. At the beginning, I knew that map is, the drops would do really good because of the distance, and the maps is, it's a bit difficult to navigate. The layout tends to favor drops, so I try to take that into my advantage. I also I wanted to start with bio because it's not a typical strategy against Protoss.
Yeah.
So I wanted to cut Neblime off guard with a timing push with 3 barracks, but he held it out pretty well. From that point, I thought I was behind, so the next thing I wanted to do was trying drops because I knew I wouldn't recover from the initial push if I didn't do any sort of economical damage to him. So I think despite I didn't get quite a lot of probe kills, scribes kills, well, I tried at least to take a bit of mining time, and while trying to expand on my own pace. So I knew that I've been working a lot with my composition, with scraps units and some Elodons, and I think the air support is absolutely necessary for Terran 2. So I knew once that I had that composition, I would be good. I just needed to take care of Neblime's counterattacks. He likes to slip some units while you are out there in the map. So I as long as I keep an eye on that, I knew I will be fine.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I think that's probably a good way to think about it too, because when you're approaching a player like Neblime, who's won the last tournament the last Acropolis, he's the reigning champion there, and then obviously there's some other players like most notably perhaps HitEmUp, who won the Tyrant's Tale leading into this, which was like the big tournament before you came back, and so that kind of feels like to me like when you're talking about making it happen against players of this caliber, like this is maybe a really good statement victory for you in some ways, because you're up against some of the strongest competition we have, and then obviously Shopkeeper Dog blindsiding you with the cheese as well. You already spoke a little bit about it on that first game that gave you maybe a little bit of worry. However, now looking ahead into the field, you will have on paper a favorable seed. You can't play somebody from your group, in this case Neblime, who exits second. You can't play Neblime in your first playoffs match, but when you look at the field of, right now it's a lot of Zerg players exiting in second place, you would have the ability to play against one of them, as they are. You have to be matched up against a second place opponent essentially. So right now we know Kenoli and Art of Turtle are exited. A lot of people think Kenoli is maybe the weakest of the players, but he managed to upset JarrellStorm, and so he almost took a game off of HitEmUp. I feel like at some point you got to stop asking, wait, is this guy just you know, one of the, is he just a, you know, upset merchant or is he lucky or whatever? At some point he's legit, right? So do you feel like there's a particular player you'd want to draw? Are you that familiar with how the Zergs have been playing? Like, how is your understanding of TVZ overall, and are you comfy in that?
Well, to be honest, I've played a lot of Zerg matches with most of the guys. I think based on what I saw earlier, I think Kenoli is a really good player. I think he only lacks maybe a little bit more of experience against certain races. Maybe trying to read a little bit better the state of the game. But I think he has the mechanics. But just need a little bit more practice, and he will be a very dangerous player. Nevertheless, I'm pretty confident playing against Zerg, but it's a race that really worries me. I mean, I think Zerg is the race that worries me the most, because you cannot let Zerg unchecked, because they will drone very heavily, and all of a sudden you're suddenly behind. So I'm not quite sure of what strategy I'm gonna use, what I'm supposed to use against the Zerg, but the games I've played have served its purpose, and I think at least I have some idea of what I have to do, and it's a matchup that I like, because I think Terran is more proactive. Can be more creative with the strategies and the drops, and it's a style that I like to play. I mean, I remember when the early stages of Cosmonarchy, when bolters weren't so nerfed, or maybe the bolters are all right, but Dracodins are a bit stronger right now. So
sure, yeah.
I don't have I cannot use the bolters the way I wanted to, at least against Protoss. But at least they have some uses against the Zerg, at least in the earliest stage of the game. So I think I can take that into consideration to take advantage early on, and then push into a victory into the mid game.
Yeah, so it's really down to like you were talking about your composition as well, right? And a lot of that ends up being the case, that you're going to be in a situation eventually, more often than not, where you've got to consider what are my options versus what their composition is. And on the one hand, right, getting a Protoss opponent to practice against you might be a little bit difficult to do that now. And Neblime does play very distinct styles compared to the other Protosses. But on the other hand, if you're confident enough in that matchup and you think that you can defeat Neblime specifically, you already understand his style to some degree, well, he's the only Protoss in the whole tournament. So by comparison, specializing a little bit of your practice against Zerg and feeling confident in that versus Zerg matchup, that's a huge thing for any player at this stage of the tournament to go in. Because going into this tournament, we were talking about the race breakdown earlier, 4 Terrans, 6 Zergs, 1 random, 1 Protoss. That kind of means that you want to practice versus Zerg. You just happen to get a group that was free of them with the group draw. So it's good to hear that you're confident in your versus Zerg. I would also recommend, I know you're a busy man, you've been working and all that. You might consider going back and watching Group B, because the Shambler did play some TVZs there and has his own idea of a style that maybe you can take a few inspirations from, or you think about like maybe that would work for me or something like that. If anybody's curious about trying to play TVZ, it seems like a style that it has some time to pick itself up. And, people have to figure out whether or not the what the counter to that particular style, Exodia style, is, as he's called it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think the Zerg. I mean, we have all these players, and they all have different styles, So practicing against some of them, I don't know if that's gonna work for me, like in the long run, unless I practice against my opponents at some point, because I've practiced before with most of the guys, and they all play different. I mean, HitEmUp, including HitEmUp,
yes,
he plays totally different from everyone else. So I don't know. I guess I I will have to to look at the games as you said, and try to figure out some good strategies
Right.
when the time comes for me to play.
Well, there you have it. And I will just shout out Neblime, who just sent in a little over $100 to the prize pool, some more, adding more to it. You know, the deeper he gets to the finish line, he's going to add more and more money just so he can win it back. That's his style. That's he jokingly said before, if you're up against him and you want the more money, you just got to throw for him so that he can donate more money, and that's how he gets deeper, paying his way to victory, pay to win. But you were able to defeat him, and that was, in all honesty, that was essentially like a best of 5 for the two of you, right? Because of the way that the group played out, and you essentially won 3 games out of 4 that were played. So it was like you took it 3-1 with the loss on decapitation. I will briefly ask you about that loss, actually, since it's the only other loss that you suffered in the tournament so far, the first one being that proxy one. Do you think that the match on decapitation where you end up getting kind of sandwiched by the Draconans from the north and on the ramp and just beaten back, was that like bad timing? Do you think that the game plan still works out? Because you demonstrated really, really good timing on Paradise and a really good timing on Genesis Y as well in that final game with your blackjack stack. So you feel like, the scrapyard strat still works, obviously, but what happened on decapitation for it to not go your way?
I'm glad you asked about this game because it gave me a lot of thought. I tend to watch a quick replay of the game to see what went wrong and what I can do to improve. And I noticed that for the first time, a Protoss would do a 5-gate all-in, and that's a build that I've never seen before.
Yes.
So when I saw that, I figured that I would delay a little bit my my star pad. Maybe build a turret near his base so I can scout for that kind of a strategy again. And well, I saw that he was building more gates, so from that moment I would that is in Genesis.
Yep.
But to going back to decapitation, I didn't know this tech, so I went for my normal timing push. I think I was doing really, really good, but once the 5-gate spawned and he started pumping units like crazy, I got overwhelmed. So I didn't really have time to react because I was trying to build some anchors, but it was already too late. Protoss units are really fast, so maybe I could have done so much more, but when you are in panic mode, you don't think clearly. Maybe I could have canceled my expansion, built some anchors up the ramp, and wait him there. But it was already over. I lost too much. So, well, in the second game against him, I mean the game on Genesis, I'm sorry. I thought that he might try the same strategy because it worked so well, and I was doing the same with my timing push. So I wanted to prevent that, so I built the turret and scout his gate. So I didn't expo and added another barrack and some more units. And I knew if I had the composition, the second position, that composition beats every gatewayman strategy, as far as I know. So,
okay.
Yeah. Yes. So I just went for it, and it worked. It worked pretty well. So I'm very glad that I took the time to analyze the replay and see through his weakness of that build.
So there you go, just an adaptation after losing. I mean, that's what makes like series play and like just playing the same, more than just a best of one, right? More than one game. That's what makes it so rich and interesting. Is you can come up with a cheese for one game. Shout out Shopkeeper Dog, for example. But can you do it more than once? Do you have an adaptation? And is it even more than that? Is it do you have a good strategy that's just simply unwinnable? There's some questions to ask with that, but you've managed to make it up here and make it all the way in first place, clinching it out 4-2. This is the most competitive group we've had so far, and that's not to say that there weren't some bangers in the previous groups, but this one definitely had it back and forth, and Shopkeeper Dog adding to the chaos with his opening win. Looking ahead, Again, you can either face Kenoli or Art of Turtle, and in Group D, the second placer there could theoretically also be drawn against you. That group is Hamster, TopRamen, and jakulangski. Those are obviously 2 Zergs and a Terran. I know you're buddy-buddy with TopRamen from the time before you went to the mountains, where you guys played a lot of matches against each other, where you would try Protoss, and he would try Protoss. You'd try to solve that matchup back when that was the new hotness, and everybody was struggling with it. How do you feel about that group? Do you reckon you can predict who's going to win that one?
I think it's a bit difficult for me to predict that. TopRamen he's a really good player. I haven't been able to play against him too much lately. And many things have changed since I returned from the mountains. Before I could stay an all-nighter and play with him a lot of games because I lived alone. But now I live with my girlfriend, and there are some other people around here. I cannot play on a late hour as I did before. So I haven't been able to talk or to play a lot with Ramen. I like the guy. I think he's a really strong player, and I remember when I started in Cosmonarchy, I would base some of my strategies based on his own builds. So he kind of helped me to shape my game style. And Art of Turtle, he's really dangerous. I think I'm a bit scared of him because I've played a lot of games against him, and it's always back and forth. He will take a lot of games from me too, and he can come up with some crazy strategies too that I cannot even predict that. So, the games are poised to be really good games. But between those two, I think if Ramen can defend at least into the mid game, I think he's gonna take it because his macro, I believe he's one of the best macros that is in Cosmonarchy right now.
Yes. I can second that statement. Yeah, if we go into those long games, it could be Ramen favored for sure. Ayud, thank you so much for your analysis and for telling us about those matches before. I guess the parting question I have for you, that matchup against Shopkeeper Dog that started this whole shebang off with an upset win on his behalf, do you think that the Quarry First is dead? Do you think that if somebody does that kind of Fulcrum proxy, that like Quarry First can't hold that? Like, you didn't do that at all in these games, so I don't know if you're if you're saving it for later, or if you don't really sure about that strategy anymore. Obviously, you tried the mind games with Muspelheim and stuff, and that was pretty clever, I thought. But if it was Quarry First, don't you just lose harder? What do you think about that?
That first game, I believe if I went Quarry First, I would have lost. Even quicker, because I saw the Manson, and I figured there was a proxy, but I thought he would just build some vultures, and I had my second Fulcrum on my base, so I tried to slip a vulture to his base so I can get some Mansons, but then I saw the Goliath, then I saw the Talos. And I knew I was in trouble because the Goliath has 3 armor, so he's really, really tough. And with the Talos repairing it, it's almost impossible to kill with a few units. I wasn't expecting that at all. It's the first time I ever saw that the build. I maybe if I had played against it in another instance, I could have stopped it, but it wasn't the case. And in the second time I played him again, he tried to do the same. So I was prepared because I saw it already. So I didn't send the vulture to his base. I just laid some mines and went for a Goliath of my own, and that was enough to stop the cheese. It's a valid strategy, and I respect it because for trying that kind of builds in a tournament,
yes,
it makes it interesting for the viewers. So
sure.
I wish I could have practiced some cheese of my own, but I'm not that confident yet. I think if my cheese got stopped, then I wouldn't be able to recover from that. So I went for the safest strategy possible. And talking about the Talos, Quarry First, I wasn't confident enough because I didn't practice a lot with that specific build. So I went for what I practiced the most the last few days, and because it was the build I was more confident in using against my opponent. So maybe in the next matches I would have some time to practice some more games and maybe add some more strategies and variety to my play style, so I'm not as predictable.
Okay, I can certainly dig that, and I do appreciate the information about like what you're thinking about that, because I like when there's a player who has their own style, they have their own idea of what to do, they got their own strategies and stuff. That to me is really cool, and something that is indicative of like the different strategies you can do in Cosmonarchy compared to other RTS games. Like, it's always cool to me as the designer to see all of that stuff, and as a viewer, just selfishly like looking for the most hype stuff, seeing different matches. I think the idea of styles making fights, like in MMA or in boxing or something, is true in Cosmonarchy as well. It's true in video games as well. So glad to have you aboard, Ayud. Glad to see that you are able to make it out in first place, no less, and continue your run. I always thought when you started joining, and you know, in between Acropolis 1 and now this one, I always knew that you'd be a solid contender. You'd be a good player. Glad we were able to get you in with your return from the mountains, and you're returning quite triumphantly here with the preferential seed going into the next phase. So congrats on making it in, and we will definitely be hearing from you more in the future. GG's.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to this. About 40 minutes from now, we will be kicking off with Group D. Maybe we'll start a little bit early if we want to get some interviews in. I'm not sure that Ramen... I think Ramen's the only one who wants to do an interview. Maybe Jack will also do one. I've never heard Jack speak. I think it would probably just sound like the sound that you get when you like tap on an oil drum. You know what I mean? I think that's probably what you would get out of that. But Jack is also going to be waking up quite early to do this, similar to Neblime. And good old Hamster staying up a little bit late to make it happen, I believe. I think it's probably like close to midnight in his time zone when this starts. I'm not 100% sure. So really, the only one who will be well rested is Ramen. I was going to say me, but no, it'll be Ramen. And so, yeah, I'm just going to go get some food. But before I do that, let me just tell you guys, with HitEmUp, the Shambler, and Ayud64 exiting in first place, and Kenoli, AOT, and Neblime exiting in second. Tell me about the reigning champion exiting in second place. And of course, TopRamen could exit first from his group. Hamster could also vie for that spot. Will we get to see some ZVZ insanity from jakulangski and get him in out of this group? It's going to be a tough group for him, and really it's going to be an interesting challenge for the future. One more thing. Could we please get an FFA? Just a little bonus. Just a little bonus. Get that FFA going. I would love that. GG's, and again, shout out to Neblime for donating a little bit more to the prize pool. I'll be catching you guys very soon for some exciting action, because that is where we are going. So again, don't, you can do whatever you want to do in the next 40 minutes or so, but come back in 40 minutes, because that's when we are getting things done. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, Pernigo here bringing you some more Cosmonarchy. We are going for that oil. It's wars for oil after all. Group D, starting up here. Hamster, TopRamen, and jakulangski will be playing off against one another. We're going to start off with Hamster versus TopRamen, some ZVT action. Of course, some Z mirrors in the cards, depending on if Ramen drops the first game. That will make it immediate Z mirror, but we'll see. We'll see what Hamster has been cooking up. I'm personally quite excited for this particular match. We obviously have some very exciting stuff coming in here, and I'm really looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to what we got cooking up here. This is going to be the map pool here. We will see an interesting set of vetoes. Rage Slave was vetoed by Hamster, and Check Stealer vetoed by TopRamen. That's pretty par for the course. We're still waiting on Jack to decide what his veto will be. That being said, as we get into things, Near Impact was selected as the starter map by Hamster. So for those who are curious, the top seed, in this case it was Hamster, second seed TopRamen, and third seed Jack. That is essentially how we doled this group out, and the top seed will pick versus whoever's the higher seed in the starter match, which is determined by essentially a coin toss, but for 3 people. That basically is the case where do you have Near Impact, do you have Check Stealer, do you have whatever map you want to pick that isn't vetoed, you get to pick. And so in this case, Check Stealer was off the limits because TopRamen decided to go for a different route. He went for, banning his own, vetoing Check Stealer and then leaving the rest of them open. Now, with Rage Slave vetoed by Hamster, it means that, for example, if Ramen drops this map, Jack challenges. Jack cannot select the map of Rage Slave for playing against him. And judging by the players' cards here, I'm looking at this, man. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking it's going to be clan ass on clan ass violence, the anti-Shambler society. I'm just confusing Hamster with memes. All right, we're about to get ready, but first we, of course, can take a moment to talk to some of the people. We do love to talk to our people here in Cosmonarchy Land. TopRamen. Wait, can you hear me? Oh, there you are. TopRamen. Welcome, sir. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing, Pernigo?
I'm doing pretty well, man. This is the final group of the Battlements phase. We are in day 2 after all. And here you are, duking it out against Hamster for your first match. Jakulangski waiting in the wings. How confident are you in this group? Do you predict yourself in first, second? Dare I say third?
I am tentatively thinking first. I'm feeling pretty confident. I think I'm one of the strongest mechanical players in CM.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a couple of TVZ strats prepared. Shout out Shopkeeper Dog and JarrellStorm.
There it is. There it is. Yeah. I mean, I guess I can't talk to you without at least invoking JarrellStorm's name. Unfortunately, not able to make it past Kenoli in that ZVZ decider. It was always going to be a tall order to try to upset HitEmUp. And so the fact that HitEmUp ends up moving out 4-0, and then we see that best of 3 essentially between Kenoli and Storm. Really unfortunate there in some ways because I think Jarrell has a stronger matchup versus the other races. But hey, there's a lot of Zergs in this tournament, so I mean, if one Zerg exits first place, which would be Hamster, Kenoli could continue his run of good form by running into a Zerg in the first match of Throneroom. That being said, it sounds like you maybe want to sort of indirectly get revenge on him by exiting this group first place, guaranteeing that he plays a non-Zerg in his opening matchup. I mean, he was just warming you up, so there's not really legitimately beef, I imagine, but must be a little bittersweet knowing that Jarrell's not waiting in the wings there.
Yeah, it's a little disheartening, I would say. I think JarrellStorm is I think he's a really good player. And yeah, I think his ZVT and ZVP are also they're very strong relative to his ZVZ.
Right.
I tried to help him practice with ZVZ, but I don't main Zerg, and ZVZ is kind of a coin flip, so there's only so much I can do there. But
Yeah, definitely difficult to prep for if you're not like super in the mines, so to speak. where we saw like TheNightFox and Kenoli grinding. Like one thing you got to say about Kenoli, he is a grinder. He plays like ridiculous amounts of Cosmonarchy. Again, if you're looking at the public match times, like I always say this about the, in Counter-Strike, we would talk about Steam hours. How many hours you got on Steam in the last 2 weeks? Well, Kenoli would have like 200 or something crazy. Like the guy's been really, really grinding. So like it's a ridiculous amount, and that shows in the strategies. Even though maybe his tactic or his execution on some things might need some improvement or refinement, he's definitely got some strats out. But let's focus on Hamster and of course jakulangski. You said you're tentatively thinking you will be able to exit out first. You feel like your mechanics set you apart. How are you feeling about Hamster, the man you're about to go up against?
So, as has been noted in previous interviews, I think Hamster is still a bit of a mystery.
Right.
But I think Shambler is right to point out that because of his unconventional style, it can more effectively execute at least one of the strats that I have prepared. The other one's going to be kind of, I don't know, we'll see. I am just looking forward to playing against Hamster. I don't get to play against him very often. I think it's always interesting. He's always got some new stuff that nobody else is trying out.
Yes, I always go back to the hearing his interviews when we had UED Commander back in the day to translate for Hamster, and just seeing what he's had to say before. Hamster always talks about how he really wants to have a good game. He really wants to put on a good show. He thinks that like Cosmonarchy has really cool, compositions and armies and stuff, and you're going to get all these really interesting things going on. That's the fact that he's thinking more in those terms about like the epic quality of the match more than he's thinking I want to win is just funny, because it's not the average person's incentive to start playing the match or whatever, to the point where he would find a strat, get a free win in a series off of it because the other guy didn't know about it, and even if the other guy had no idea how to counter it, he just played a different strategy next time because he's like, well, I already won that way, that's not going to be interesting if I win again the same way. He just changes his strat up. He's done that as Zerg and as Protoss, so very interesting stuff. Hamster obviously had a stint of time playing as Terran, now switched back to Zerg. Interesting to see him go back to his home race. This is what he was playing as when he first burst onto the scene all the way back in Ascension number 6 at the tail end of last year. Managed to make it to the grand finals before being defeated by Mystery Meat. And he made it to the grand finals against Neblime in Ascension 7 as well. So he's got a little bit of a pedigree. The last Acropolis, maybe a bit of an outlier there. He only managed to make it to 3rd place, so no grand final for him. This time around, he might be gunning for it, but hey, he's got to get through you first. And the other player in this group is jakulangski. Tell me about him. What do you think about him?
I really don't know that much about Jack aside from the Shopkeeper Dog games, but if I'm predicting that he's going to be playing pretty similarly. Mm-hmm. And my strats are there's a couple of timings that I'm fairly focused on, mm-hmm. that a lot of my prep has been around, so I think I'm not super worried.
Okay.
Sorry, Jack.
No, all good. I mean, you there's the Neblime's analysis of build the watchdog. Whether you do that or something else, you think maybe your strats are a little nath-proof. That's what I'm hearing anyway. So.
Yep.
All right. Well, going into this, you are, many would say that you are the favorite to make it out in first. That's what I keep hearing. Other people are saying, well, what about Hamster? You were hearing the interview earlier between Shambler and Neblime saying that actually, the style of, you versus Hamster is a little bit different. Another thing that I just wanted to pick your brains about while I have you here before we get things started. I feel like a lot of people have played against you in practice, seen that you go for super greedy stuff, and maybe over-indexed on those practice games thinking that's your style. But the Ramen I know, as much as you like the macro, also appreciates a good early game sort of timing attack. Do you think people are maybe expecting you to play, maybe not in this group, but in general, that people in Cosmonarchy overall will play those practice games against you, see that you go super greedy and then are broken at some point, and kind of expect you to be a greedy player? Because that's not the style I would think. I know that you just try to get away with the most you can. Do you think maybe other people haven't seen that little nuance there?
I mean, so in the Tyrant's Tale, before all of the changes happened, I went Quarry first every game. Mm-hmm. So almost every game. There was 2 games. There was one game versus Mystery Me on Genesis Y.
Right.
And I think a game versus Hamster where I also didn't go Quarry first. So, I mean, that kind of sets a precedent for being extra greedy. And I think you're right. People have over-indexed on that. Like versus Arbuz, in the qualifier, I and versus other opponents, I researched on all of them and figured out where they were going to be weakest, and sort of build specifically to dismantle them.
Yes. Well, I remember you were mentioning how your plan of action versus Arbu's was influenced in large part due to the open bracket policy. And I remember you commenting on the podcast that I talked about that, saying, I really like that idea. It's like, yeah, yes. I knew as soon as you said that, yeah, this guy's going to download these replays and look at them. So, yeah, there you go. I mean, even Shopkeeper Dog in the chat saying that TopRamen has TVZ downloaded. I mean, that might be the case, right? So, okay, you're confident enough to know, like, you might not have played against these particular players or seen too much of their games in particular, but you are confident in your own strategies at the very least, and that is down to just a lot of practice and, of course, a lot of time in the lab, so to speak. So, do you reckon that means that you're about ready to get this underway? You have any final words or word of warning to your fellow compatriots, a shot across the bow or anything like that?
See you in the throne room.
There it is. All right, Ramen. We'll see you. Good luck and have some fun there. If you don't mind just streaming your POV, I'm going to move you up to one of those channels there in case we need it in an emergency.
All right. Sounds good.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about ready to get things rocking and rolling here. We are going to near impact for our decider. It'll be Hamster taking on TopRamen. Is Ramen really this much of a favorite? Is he really going to be able to live up to his expectations, to the pedigree that he has established for himself? Or are we going to be seeing a different kind of ass Ramen? It's only a matter of time before we figure this out. The oil wars are beginning, and it's on a giant asteroid near impact. I'm actually going to set it to high to see if we get anything there. Ramen in the top left as the Platinum Terran. Hamster in the bottom right as the... This isn't Celadon. Oh, this is Russian Green. Russian Green Zerg representing. I am hopeful. I am hopeful, Luciferius. Let's find out. Lucy in the chat, he has come up with a near-impact strategy that's very quarry-oriented here. And look at this. It'll be a Hydrith Den opener from Hamster. We talked a lot about Hamster being so different than everybody else. And we've got Ministry into Fulcrum, fairly basic stuff here out of Ramen. He's not going to be going for anything too fast or too crazy. Draw left from Hamster is going to scout this out and maybe heckle the builder, but it's pretty close to the mineral line, so pretty hard to get too much harassment done there. But a Hydrith opener, and then not really banking too much larva here. He started a bank now off of 9 workers. He is harvesting Vespine. What is he going to do with that? Is that just going to be for a Larvosk? Are we going to see Hydras as a starting unit? No, I would understand Iziracors. They move pretty fast, but are you really going to be able to do Hydras versus mech opener? Like, let's find out. I mean, he's going to go ahead and try to heckle the Mason. That is going to be part of his game plan, just weakening it a little bit here. Then got to finish, and... It is 3 Hydras being made right here, right now. I can't believe it. Well, this is already going to be very different. And Ramen's going to come down there and see no Larvosk, a Hydrathin, and 3 eggs. Yeah. What do you do about that? It's an awful... Dude, Hamster is a menace. Hamster is going to be going for a 3 Hydra drop as his opening move. Like, I guess the Hydras are going to move across the map just to see what they can do. But then the Ovaleth will come in and maybe like drop over here and start heckling as like a flex pick. What a crazy match. Or maybe it's degen. It could be that he's going to lift the Kagrant and bring it in. But no, it's on rally. He's going to bring it all the way out there. So this is going to be for a Larvosk. You can see there, he actually had exactly the right amount of gas. It's almost like he's done this build before or something. Maybe the Ovaleth is also there to detect the lobotomy mines. Could very well be the case. It looks like we, I was going to say, yeah, we missed the Vulture going down earlier because the Mason is still here. First Blackjack on the scene. Another one will be available. Maybe there is actually set up for a bust here. I mean, the Ovaleth is going to be pretty far away, right? Second, that's a Palladium. Okay. We're going to have 2 Blackjacks to defend from the Hydras. There's no additional military being made behind this for Hamster. Ovaleth going to arrive, and it feels like it might be a little bit too late now, right? Because the 3rd Blackjack comes out, it definitely swings very heavily in favor of the Blackjacks. They aren't really minding the ramp right now. And so, yeah, as soon as that gets popped, you're going to be looking at it and thinking to yourself, okay, well, the Ovoleth is here, so I know that there's a potential for drops. Third Blackjack up, you can definitely put 2 of them in the anchor. The elevator is coming into play. And there is a burrowed worker over there to the other side. Now, if 2 of them are going to be in the anchor and the other one ends up, getting caught a little bit too loosely, that could definitely favor the Hydras in the skirmish. But instead, they're going to go after some workers, targeting down some of the wounded ones. Okay, 2 workers going down. 1 Hydra has already fallen. Many of the others are bruised. They will regenerate inside the Ovoleth, but a Madrigal is nearly complete for the purposes of helping to snipe down that Ovoleth and any silly follow-up that might be coming behind this. So only picking 2 workers, I mean, it's not the most that you could have hoped for. In fact, if Hamster's not careful, he will end up losing that Ovoleth, I think. It's going to be tight. Oh! The last shot from downtown! And look at that, the Vulture coming out here. It's going to kill a worker that was attempting to expand. Hamster not quite going to be able to do it with just the moves there. I'm going to go ahead and drop a Ministry on location. Similar expansion timings. Now remember, it's all about a question of whether or not this scrap-cobbled army from the side of Ramen is going to be able to kill what Hamster has. Moving out on the map, I love it from Hamster. Even though he's not really going to be able to do too much, he does put some damage onto the Vulture. That's important because he's slowing down the move from the army, right? And so he is going to have to fall back here. I would love to see him tickle that Madrigal on the way there. You can see that's definitely going to be occupied a little bit there. A couple Hydras being made. Now, this is important, right? He's putting a Kagran down. He needs to be able to hold this. Remember, the presence of a Palladium does belie the fact that we could see Phalanxes come out here to siege. That's not really going to be in the cards right now, because what we're seeing is instead a second Madrigal leave the building. So Ramen might be trying to set up for a little bit of a Blackjack Madrigal contain. That Kagran being held for now. He's going to dive forward and try to maybe do a little bit of damage. Ooh, narrowly avoids losing a second Hydra. The Blackjacks have a lot of power here. And so, yeah, they will need to be respected. Now, the Hatrosk is going to go ahead and finish. More Hydras on the scene. You can definitely start heckling these Blackjacks, and indeed, he narrowly avoids losing some more. Circuit getting a little bit of action in there. That Hatrosk is already pretty close to death. One of the Blackjacks going down. Gotta watch out, because his Hydras are kind of getting caught on each other. One of them very low. Indeed, the Blackjack will get the finishing touches, and that will be a dead Hatrosk. We could be pretty close to a dead Hamster as well. Oh, no, that one wasn't on rally. If it was on rally, I feel like he could have done something there. Ooh, really getting worked up here on the choke. Oh, these Madrigals weren't deployed, so that's a big mistake there from TopRamen, losing both of them for essentially for free. That is unfortunate. He probably thought he right-clicked them away. But still, very much ahead. Pool coming down here now for Hamster. Star pad and 2 extra scrapyards on the way. I mean, we're seeing the full macro machine here in action for TopRamen. He was not heckled enough by that Hydralisk drop. All right, the first Phalanx is going to be coming out. There's really not much that the Hydras are going to be capable of doing right now. And note that Hamster has not gone for the ski-backed scab, so he has no availability of Bactylisks. That would be pretty good versus this kind of composition. Eesh, I'm still a little bit worried there. Hydra's definitely having a rough time of it, trading 1 Hydra for a Blackjack. Remember, Hydras cost Vespi and Blackjacks do not. Oof. And just a firing line, you know? You do need to get Bactylisks or Lachezelisks after a certain point. One thing that's worth noting is that the star pad is up, but it's making a Trojan. Detection is still a ways off. We know it's going to be 5 pairs of quads to switch in. We feel like Hamster probably needs a little bit of a blanket there in terms of just the sheer number of units that he can throw out at the problem. You know, Quads Hydra, I mean, the Quads can kind of take the initial shots, and then the Blackjacks maybe are not going to be able to deal with the Hydras as well, because of the Quads sort of acting as a bit of a buffer. Hatch is nearly complete for a second time around. I do feel like Hamster had to try to fight over that hatch, so I don't really begrudge him the choice to fall on back, and I'll let the hatch eventually finish and then as a result die. Now here comes the siege on the Phalanx. Good targeting from Ramen to splatter some good damage onto the Phalanx, or onto that group of Hydras. It will end up falling eventually, but a lot of the Zerg units also died. 5 pairs of Zethicors being made. Ramen still fancies his chances. He's got 1 wounded Blackjack in the back there. Blackjack? But it'll still shot a little bit of damage. 1 hit point is all that separates it from death. A transfer of workers, you can see a bit of a pull because the Cyclops drop starts to come on in. And look at that. I mean, the Circuit is going to help out a little bit, and it will end up picking only one worker actually going down here so far, courtesy of Hamster's quick thinking on the transfer. It doesn't look like he lost any down there either in the main. Ah, look at this. He's still trying to preempt that Trojan. But look, the Hatrosk is going to die again, and the Atlas is already coming on down here for TopRamen. It is a pure win for him as he kills the expansion yet again. Even going to go ahead and start heckling the workers again. Quick thinking only loses one Droleth. Man, Hamster is so far behind at this point. Oh, even losing a Hydralisk and a Quaz to the Cyclops damage. Ah, there we go. Well, the third base is up. Tier 2 is down and started. About halfway complete. We're adding more fulcrums. The macro machine really coming into fruition here. Hamster's strategy to go for a very unorthodox opening, it has not really worked out too well. He's going to go ahead and drop that hatch in the natural. I mean, he can at least try to deny the 9 o'clock. Stop that third base from really doing much. He should be able to tell that it's happening because of the Mason pull there, but he doesn't have any way to actually engage into this army of Blackjacks. There's too many of them. And it feels like this is just going to be a runaway military victory as Hamster tries to get his natural up yet again. But the starport is coming. Like, it's really hard to explain how ridiculously lopsided the economy is in this matchup. But if you needed any other explanation, Tier 2, Heavy Air, is on the way for TopRamen, and Hamster is still on one base. This is an done and dusted game. But, hey, Hamster did play his way into this position. You know what I mean? Rough spot for him. Going for the Hydrith opener is definitely unorthodox, and I thought it was kind of interesting in those early game fights, but he only ever made the 3 Hydras. Following it up with the Yavaleth feels like maybe he could have made an Iziracore or something. Madrigal does end up going down. That's about as cost-efficient as you can get from Hamster in this position. Remember, he has no tier 1.5 units right now. So no power spike on any of his military as he heckles some more units. Maybe tries to pick that Anseal, but, you know, the Phalanx is going to go ahead and hit. That's going to shellac some of the Hydras. Yeah, when you start to hemorrhage the Hydras, too, like, there's really nothing that you can do. A Commandment already started. Captaincy nearly completed back at home for TopRamen, who does drop the Anseal, but there are so many Blackjacks, and now a bit of a pickle for Hamster to try to find himself out of. The Circuit on the high ground getting a lot of value here. Ramen definitely not bothering to manage his army as he lets it sort of, and he just goes back to home and adds more captaincy, starting to add apostles. And he's going to kill the Hatrosk for a third time. I think that's definitely going to be 3 strikes and you're out. Hamster is almost certainly going to be capitulating his loss here. GG called. Doesn't even let him kill the hatch after all. And that will be the first match called in favor of none other than TopRamen. All right. Well, you know, I wasn't sure quite what to expect. Hamster definitely did something unorthodox, and TopRamen just kind of rolled with it. He didn't really suffer too much in the domain of the Zerg. There were some really funny suggestions from Smarty Cakes yesterday that got me. He's like, make Hydras and Izzy's. I was losing it. I was absolutely gobsmacked. But TopRamen will now take on jakulangski, the latter of which our challenger Zerg will have to spend some time considering what he wants his map selection to be. He has the opportunity to go for a pick against any map aside from Check Stealer and Near Impact is currently available. Put it one way. You know, Lucy, I actually like the idea of making 2 brood spawn every time you would make 1 brood spawn. What if we just did that? So, you know, Zoryusthalath buff, Convolutk buff, Tetkayrakor buff. Of course Paradise gets picked by Jakulangski. He's lived on this map for most of his life, it feels like. He is a big fan. It has been hosted, and it will be our second map. Make zealots spawn here. We used to do that for vassals and sims. Way back in the day. I think that was before your time, Jujik. Well, vassals weren't as strong as they are now. It's not like it was the same unit strength, but pairs, you know, the stats were very different. Bitty bees. Vassals basically were bitty bees, if you think about them. Itty bitty bees. Last night a thought crossed my mind. If something with Ensnaring Brood hits an analog, will the analog apply Ensnare? Jakulangski asking the real questions. We're getting into map number 2. It will be Paradise. What does Paradise have in store for us, ladies and gentlemen? It's TopRamen in the top right as the Silver Terran. And it's Jakulangski in the bottom right as the Dark Green Zerg. Oh, Dark Spring Green Zerg. The name should have given it away. The name is like closer to a turquoise color. Well, I guess I was 2/3 right, because Dark and Green were both in the name, but Spring was in there. Do you guys round up in that case? Do I get a point? No. I was reading a message from Jack. Jack asked that question about ensnaring brood and analog, and I said yes, but actually I don't know. So you are right, Bitty B. I have no idea. Fulcrum coming up. It is true. Nobody builds analogs. Neblime does. Neblime will build them sometimes. Yeah. Oh, but now he doesn't have any minerals. Jakulangski, what are you doing, goober? Gonna be a while before his pool finishes, so it's gonna go for another Droleth. Ramen, on the other hand, just chugging away. He'll be scouting. Slowly. He's probably gonna box scout if I had to speculate. Yep. The box scout is indeed on the way. I will say it's pretty trippy to have people say, I saw this composition in a dream and I thought it would be really cool. This is like about my game. That was pretty cool. Economy starting to get back online here for Jack as he throws his Droleths at the problem. Getting a little bit of Vespene here. Could be a Vornath pretty quickly. Will Jakulangski push the V key? 1,000 APM for TopRamen still isn't enough, as the scrapyard is put on down after the first vulture, which will accept the Droleth, and now tail him, escorting him in. At least we got to notice this Bitty Bee tile. Scrapyard now up and running. Quaz holding the ramp. Parazeths have been dispatched. He's going to go ahead and try to sidestep the incoming vulture so that he can maybe spread out a little bit of scouting intel. Of course, the Quaz are going to be able to protect versus the single mine of the vulture. Reposted, tickled, destroyed. So it's the Scrapyard and Palladium combo that we're seeing over here. Very interesting stuff. Watchdog Scout for TopRamen as he constructs that in the 6 o'clock position. It's 2 Larvosk. It is a fast Vornath. Vulture already had scouted nothing of the sort when it comes to a faster expansion. Lobotomy mine cleared. Watchdog is going to come on in. Oh, look at that. The Vulture managed to make its way in. Doesn't really get much going on there. Looks like he might try to hunt down a worker or two. He's just making life a little bit annoying here. But the Watchdog Scout will be popped very quickly. He sees the number of pool units. He sees the 4th larva production structure in the making in that 3rd Larvosk. Now, does Ramen still want to try his hand at the push, right? I mean, it sounds silly, but he did lose the Vulture. And that isn't a trivial amount of extra deeps. The number of units that Jakulangski has is also not trivial, and he does push the V key at least once. Might want to think about trying to clear those mines, of course. Looks like he will do so. Now, TopRamen hasn't moved his camera over there yet to actually know. I love turning the stunned Zeth. Ah, right. Caught him off guard a little bit. Now, the 2 deployed Madrigals, are the Vorvs going to be enough? They do debuff one of them, focusing it down. Remember, the Blackjacks still provide a lot of DPS here. Feels like maybe Jack pulled the trigger on this attack a little bit too fast, and he only clears 2 Blackjacks and a Madrigal. However, he also... Oh, no, it's actually 3 Blackjacks. You can tell because there's a little bit of a Blackjack corpse right there. That's not the most cost-efficient trade. Remember, Vorvs are pretty powerful. The 2 Nats are going to come in here and see that there's already a Watchdog, a Ministry being constructed, not on location. It looks like he's still affecting a little bit of change here. You can see him throwing his Zeths at the problem for now. He's going to go ahead and fall away. I mean, he kept the Vorvs alive. And 1 Vorv is the price of 2 Zeths. Or no, 4 Zeths, I think? Because it's 50 minerals for the Vorv, yeah. Oh my god, the Madrigals move too fast. Jakulangski could have tried to surround it. He actually has a lot of Zeth units. He could definitely Yeah, he's going to go straight on. He's going to overwhelm the Blackjacks. They are indeed going to be fully brought down in terms of their DPS. The Madrigal, slowed in its attack because of the Vorvicor, is indeed going to be brought down as well. That's going to be a pretty comprehensive army reset. More Zeths coming. Now, there's 2 Blackjacks and a Madrigal still up and running over here in Ramen's land. So that will actually stop the Zeths there, and including killing a Vorv. Kind of an important piece of the army. I mean, he does have more Zeths coming. He's still been harvesting Vespian this whole time, not really using it as of right now. He does have 3 Nathicors that he might want to bring in with the rest of the fight. Looks like a Mason going to be exploring just to see what's going on here. He will be brought down by those Zeths. Adding extra Fulcrums. He does have a 2nd Ministry being constructed. That'll be for his 3rd base. Now another Zeth Flood. Again, the Vorv's going after some of the high priority targets. 1 Vorv is enough to debuff the Madrigal and make it attacks less speedily. But you can see just how powerful it is. He didn't focus down the Madrigal, and the Madrigal is the one firing the missiles at each target that's within range. So definitely a critical error, I think, on the target prioritization. You can see the damage is spread out. 1 Blackjack's almost dead, another one's at half HP, and both Madrigals critically wounded, but none of them actually killed. An anchor being constructed for further refinement of this defense. The production tab does tell you a story. Ramen going for many, many more constructions. He's even adding a lodestone add-on. That's going to give him detection and, of course, make him a lot more insulated versus any would-be attackers. Look at that. A Madrigal inside the lodestone in here in the main is going to prevent any would-be moves from those Nathicors. They just end up getting a little bit of scouting done. He sees the lodestone there. And, of course, he's going to be baited up the ramp there by the Madrigal if he's not careful. Oh, he's going to dive for it, but there's 3 Madrigals and 2 Blackjacks in that anchor, coupled with everything else. This is a melee-only composition for Jack, and he's still on 1 base to TopRamen's 2. Now, the mining will be disrupted somewhat over here as the Zeths start to attack the Ministry. They will deal a surprising amount of damage to that, courtesy of the Vorvicors reducing the armor. Just a single Nathicor, a lonely scout right now. Okay, Zorkia Shroud coming for Jack means that he is going to be thinking about maybe going for those all-important Lakizilisks. But you can see, Ramen has a different idea. Putting his Ministry out in the front area of this choke, he's going to establish a lodestone. This is going to let him really fight behind that. And remember, I did say detection. You get detection for that. If you're going to go Lakizilisks, it's not really going to help you out too much for Jack's perspective, right? He's going to go ahead and finish the job on this Mason. Does need to do a little bit of micro to surround it there. Up he goes. Ah, yes, the pickup partner. While there's a 5th Fulcrum on the way, the Palladium is currently idle. A lot of the production actually currently idle for Ramen as he's trying to set up a more defensive posture. He pokes out with the Blackjacks. One thing Jack has been doing pretty good here so far. Our Zerg player has definitely kept his opponent a little bit on the contained side. But again, TopRamen has 3 ministries. He's going to be making a lot of workers. And for those who aren't aware, the Lodestone add-on will still function when you lift it off, right? The add-ons in Cosmonarchy are a little bit different because you can actually self-destruct them to clear the way for some other add-on, right? And so you can still do that action to it even after you lift it off. So the Lodestone still functions. It will still provide detection, still work as a garrison. And the ministry will not float off to 12 o'clock, still leaving that reinforcement there. Zets and Vorvs are going to be beat back. Jack thinking about maybe taking a 3rd base, but he's not really able to. His Nath comes in here, gets bopped by that Madrigal, and of course the Watchdog up there. And now there's another Palladium coming. So when you see a second Palladium, you're usually going to be expecting that the overall, the Phalanx count is going to start to spike up. However, we haven't seen any yet. It's all been Madrigals so far. Maybe that's all Ramen needs. He's going to go for a Cyclops drop. You can see him adding those in. They do deal that delayed splash damage. We saw Jack have to watch in perhaps some horror as a Hamster responded to those threats very admirably in the first match. Lakizalisk's on the ramp. Zorius to maybe tank. This is going to be Jack's opportunity to maybe see what he can do here. Let's see. Those Lakes, are they on hold position? Has he done the trick? There we go. He's going to go ahead and reveal them. And that is going to do it. Good amount of damage dealt. A bunch of the Madrigals going down. The Zorius, the Zets, they are going to charge forward. And it looks like maybe only one more Madrigal will end up falling. Although, yeah, Ramen needs to be careful here. He has no detection. He cancels that Trojan in production and goes, presumably he's going to be going straight for the Antseal. The Cyclops end up dropping in the natural, but much to his surprise, there are no workers at the natural. Now, the Zets have just left the building. There's not going to be another couple of units hatching that can actually fight for a good while here. And this scout from Ramen is going to be able to get a lot of damage dealt. Hydrith, indeed, are going to be taken out here. Nats discover that there's a base being harvested from in the 12 o'clock position. And I'm counting by sound about 5 workers going down there. Jakulangski transferring most of them to the natural. His Nats continue to heckle a little bit over here. The Phalanxes have started to be sighted. And again, this 12 o'clock position is starting to be garrisoned for the time being. A second drop comes out with the Cyclops to accept those workers from the first, and this one is far more lethal. The response much later than it really should have been. Looks like another 6 workers going down as Zets are heckled over here. The Trojan, the Micro from TopRamen being quite good right now. Still thinking about where he wants to drop in the meantime. Of course, the whole time he's doing this, he's still macroing back at home with the Blackjacks coming out of those Fulcrums. Now, the Nats will maybe help secure the kill onto these Cyclops. They obviously will deal friendly fire to each other. you can see it there. Ramen was actually trying to avoid that. Here come the Zets, a single worker on the low ground. That's actually going to do a little bit of friendly damage to the Cyclops there. He's just killing his own units so that Jakulangski doesn't have the satisfaction. Now, Antseal is revealing the presence of those Lakizalisks. These Lakizalisks will die to the Phalanx, right? When you deploy the Phalanx, that outranges it even with the cliff advantage, I believe, by a considerable margin. But no, he's actually done it too close. He's got to pull back and try to use the Lakizalist to do that, but no! Burst down by a combination of the Zets and the Lakes. Well, that's the first tank going the way of Jack. He only has the 3 Lakes. If he had more than that, I would feel a little bit more confident in him. Really got to watch out for that cliff advantage, though. Ramen going to lose another Phalanx. Hemorrhaging a little bit here. The Antseal no longer protecting anything. And look at that pullback. Beautiful from Jack. He still has cliff advantage. He still has bonus range shooting down the cliff. And a couple more Blackjacks are going to hit the deck. The Madrigals are all dead. This force is being whittled down. Jack's still keeping his Lakes up. If he could just keep throwing chaff at this problem, he might be able to do it. A single Zeth could heckle those units up there in the 12 o'clock position, but it's not really happening. As another drop, the Cyclops continuing its assault. A 4th worker kill is it. Now the Trojan full and well and good and done, but there's so much economic damage on the other side. It doesn't really matter how hard it is to siege up this ramp for Jack's opponent here, because Ramen is so far ahead. Halfway done to tier 2. The Zeth has killed 1 Mason. Looks like it will kill another. He could just attack it with the Masons, but I think he thought maybe there was going to be more units coming than that. 6th Fulcrum coming up. Okay. Well, the Atlas is almost done. So as Ramen seeks to add more to his situation, I'm really looking forward to him. Just I think at this point he can just push forward. The Hydras are starting to come out. Those will help versus the Antseal shields. I don't know though. Lake is getting splattered here in just one more shot. Oh, the Antseal falls away. Not quite going to happen. A Zeth committal onto that anchor, but the anchor is actually empty. It was only garrisoned just now. All right, the Madrigals are set up. The Phalanxes, nice spread. Antseal's continuing to protect as well. I don't think that Jack is going to be able to survive this push. One more shot on that Lake is going to be enough. You can see him trying to charge forward here. Use that spread damage from the Phalanx to maybe splash some of Ramen's own forces. He never actually set this third base up. He's had this worker here for who knows how long. See the mortars not being able to track the position of the Zethar cores as they charge on in. But there's plenty of help for them. And though the detection is still there, the Lakes are now going to be brought on down. There's almost no units over here. Another drop attempt, less successful, but still kills a couple of workers. 2 Lake is being produced right now, but that Lodestone has held strong in the choke. Hydras are kind of aimless in the middle of the map, unable to affect change. A couple of Lakers could get onto that ramp and use that cliff advantage, but I don't think it's going to be nearly enough. We've got Tier 2 tech coming out for TopRamen, once again, as his opponent is struggling to keep his second base down. And though the Zets continue to pour on out for the chaff and get that spread damage dealt to reduce some of those Phalanxes, it's still not going to be enough. GG call. The economic damage from those drops definitely sealing the deal, and TopRamen takes about 15 minutes to clear that match, but clear it he does, still undefeated in the group. This puts us at a situation where Hamster will be playing versus TopRamen again, a rematch. Hamster will be able to pick any map other than Paradise and Near Impact, which were already played, and the veto of TopRamen, which was Check Stealer. It will be Genesis Y selected as our next map. Another 2 spawner. Hamster looking for the guttural. He's going for the jugular. We are getting rolling here, ladies and gentlemen. The next match, Hamster versus his opponent, TopRamen. It'll be Hamster as the Russian Green Zerg in the top right, and TopRamen in the bottom right, not in the top right. Well, TR. It's going to be TopRamen in the bottom right as the Silver Terran. And while I update the scores on the board here, I should also update the overlay, right? Got to get that appreciation out there. If you like what we do, you're interested in the project, we got plenty of reading material for you to check out on our website. You can also join our coffee page or our Discord server if you want to throw some money our way. Or indeed, go straight into the thick of things. We got tutorials, campaign content, plenty of co-op scenarios, all kinds of stuff. Over 50 new units for Terran, and almost 50 new units for the other races. So you are talking about over 100 new units, all said and done. And many new mechanics. You can pick up structures with transports, depending on the structure, of course. Very cool. Very cool. All right, the pool is coming on down here. Hamster going to be going back to the basic strat here, not for his Hydrith first that he was known for in that Near Impact game. Right, the fulcrum is now complete. Vulture now coming online. Not really going to be able to move across the map too quickly here, because the pool was first before the Larvosk. That means that you're going to end up seeing the Quas come out to hold the ramp, but the Vulture can still get that worker, you know, the scout worker from Hamster who comes on down just to see what's going on, scouts the second fulcrum in production, and now the Quas will heckle that. It makes sense to try to do some damage to the Larvosk because it is so brittle, but odds are the Zerg is going to make military units and then you're kind of screwed. Quas will indeed pick that worker on his way out. Meanwhile, where'd the Droleth go? It's burrowed. It's hiding. Ramen trying to show off a new mechanic in Cosmonarchy where you can reveal burrowed units by standing on them, but it was not to be. He just didn't manage to get there. Pretty fast scrapyard here for TopRamen. He really does like those blackjacks. Still holding the ramp. Hamster not too interested in expanding just yet. Ah, straight to the Vornath. So when you evolve the pool, you get access to a unit that morphs from the Zethakor, formerly Zergling. And, of course, the flying little, people call it the flying Zergling, affectionately, the Nathracor. So you get access to both of those. There's also a pretty fast Ovaleth here, and conspicuously, 6 Quasilisks fit in an Ovaleth. So the fact that he's just made 6 more, and he's rallying them to a spot to get dropped on, you know? There's already a Watchdog in production here for TopRamen, so I love the step ahead here that he's thinking about this. You know, why would you pick this map? What would your goal be? It's a vertical spawn. It's kind of based on Blitz Y in some ways. If those of you who know StarCraft 1 maps will be familiar with that. That Watchdog is actually, it's just going to come across here not to defend, but to scout. It does lift off after all. So, all right. Well, Vulture once again trying to see if it can heckle the starting. He wanted to give the worker the kill for style points there, but it wasn't quite to be. He's going to go ahead and drop the Expo. Now, did TopRamen notice the Ovaleth? He doesn't actually seem to have. So his Watchdog did scout that, but he was too busy trying to use the move there from the from the Vulture, and now he's going to end up getting a couple of Quas dropped on his mineral line. He does have to watch out for that. There was also a single Quas off to the side that maybe distracted him a little bit. And you know the Scrapyard doesn't have the most armor or health. We could see this one end up getting bursted down. Instead, he dives for the Mason. Maybe could go after those Blackjacks. He only has the Quas, of course. Now he's going to go ahead and try to pick some of these workers as they come on back. Madrigal going to use its anti-air onto the Ovaleth and then deploy a little bit closer so that it can actually put some DPS down onto those ranged units. The Blackjacks, I love coming over here to try to pick the Ovaleth because I think they should be able to, but they were not actually being ore blocked. So a little bit of an unfortunate kerfluffle there. Meanwhile, this Watchdog scouts quite a bit of stuff and ends up getting burnt down. The Zorka Shroud was there. I don't know if Ramen actually looked at that, though. He's moved ahead instead, but there's so many Zeths and Vorvs. The V key was pushed. That's going to be plenty of ensnare onto those Blackjacks. That Phalanx get absolutely shellacked. Meanwhile, the worker's still kind of scouting around here and seeing stuff. That Ovaleth has not actually died. I'm impressed. So Hamster keeps that alive. Could actually flex that for another drop later on. All right, another Phalanx has been made. More on the side of the Blackjacks as well. We've got Zeths, Vorvs, and Quas. Pretty defensive army right now. He can't really commit to an attack because of these mines, but keeping the Ovaleth alive allows him to potentially clear that. It's just once you actually have a Phalanx in position like here, it's a little bit less likely. Finally, that Droleth will be going on down. Couple of additional workers being produced right now for Hamster. He is starting to flex into those Shroud units. There's the Lake is popping out, ready to go. Ovaleth a little under half HP. This Mason has arrived at the 4 o'clock. Probably going to be looking to do another Watchdog scout at some point. There is a bit of a patrol with these Quas, though, so they'll be able to catch that and deny much scouting. You never know what you might see hatch out of the eggs at the right time, though. Starpad now coming online for TopRamen. I'm expecting him to go straight into Anseals, but he might go for his drops. The tell will be whether or not he adds Cyclops to the mix, because he doesn't really use those as a fighting unit. more so as a harassment unit. But we already have some Kagrins being put down here in the natural. One of those will be a Spraith. Maybe one of those will be a Circuit. We'll have to wait and see. Yes. Okay, so the one thing that I'm a little bit worried about is when you put this in the middle of the mineral line, the Cyclops Splash will naturally be attached to it, right? Watchdog nearly complete here as the scout at 4 o'clock, as mentioned. I love the idea of pulling a couple of the Zets out and using them to clear the mines, because obviously that is going to stop the stun from really hitting hard. Instead, a couple of orbs end up being sacrificed there. Still plenty of blackjacks here inside those anchors, but the start of the Vorvacor spread is definitely going to come in, kick in. The Lakers have burrowed. No detection yet for TopRamen. Remember, he was making a Trojan, I think, at some point. He now starts his Antseal, so that's going to break his front line. All the Lakers are thinking about moving in, but there's not really any other units there. Full army wipe otherwise for Hamster. So he breaks the anchors. He makes it a little bit easier for him to, maybe kick on in there. The Obelisk going to come in and maybe threaten as if it's going to drop something, but we know nothing in it. I don't know. He gets a good scout off, though. He sees that it's going to be a Phalanx coming. 4th Fulcrum on the way. I think he may have gotten deep enough to see the star pad. Obelisk does have pretty good sight range. That Watchdog scout did indeed get destroyed by the presence of these Quas patrolling. Now taking 4 bases here is Hamster. He's going for top left. He's going for the more conventional third base placement there. Trojan nearly complete for TopRamen. He will end up going for those drops, adding many Cyclops to the mix. It has served him pretty well so far, but Hamster definitely looking like a renewed rodent here. Now, where did that Antseal end up going is my question. Has he already sent it out to scout? He has. Okay, he knows that he's not really an active threat right now. So the Antseal hasn't quite scouted the third base yet, but it shouldn't be too difficult to do so. He's going to see that the Spraith is done, and that's going to, also reveal to him things like, yeah, okay, there's no tier 2. Oh, wait. Oh, there is. But does he notice? I don't think he saw it. He did not see it. Good placement on the tier 2. This is a really important structure for Hamster. He has just found a way to not actually get sighted there. Now, the Cyclopses are going to be pathing directly to the space, so it's kind of short-lived, but let's see what he wants to end up doing there. Do you want to actually go for this? I don't know if he bothered clicking on that, but it's an oddly shaped structure. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like he should have definitely seen it now. Oh, the workers are going to end up getting a little bit heckled there. Looks like only 3 of them going down. That's actually not too bad. Ovaleth kind of in the middle here. Almost looks like a witness, as if this was a Protoss versus Terran, but I swear it's not. It's not an invisible unit, I promise. Trojan with only 2 HP does reveal the base in the top left, and that's actually instigating a move out from TopRamen, who has no heal, only the sustain of the witness, right? The shielding, if you will. And look at this. Big army move out from Hamster as well. The Ovaleth once again scouting, sees the third base there. Lake is now getting sniped on the way out. A little bit of a sloppy move out here. Somehow that Trojan escaped. Lakers need to get in a good burrow position here. It looks like maybe TopRamen is going to have to deal with Lakers for the foreseeable future, as those burrowed units, those burrowed attackers, are 100% something that Hamster may have decided to get the idea of, pouncing onto the army, using the Zoryu's speed boost as well. And the Antseal is really all that she wrote. Where are the military units for TopRamen? He's got 8 military units left. That's what this counter is in the top right. It's workers over military, and you can tell Hamster is definitely setting the pace there. His tier 2 done. The Mutat Spire. Could we see a Mutalisk switch? Sieged Phalanx exiting the stage right. However, the Ministry is now going to have to lift off and fly away somewhere else. Maybe he could just end up outright losing the main army here, because the Natural is very, very open. There goes the Burrow. One Lake is going down, focused down by those Phalanx, but it's not going to be enough because the Zets, the Vorvs, and of course, the Zoryus charging on forward, getting so much more value there. Some Rillarokor spawning as well on top of everything else. Here's the Phalanx. Remember that Trojan only has 2 HP, so at this point, we're definitely looking at a tough spot. The Natural fully wiped by workers, all the corpses in the world. Not going to work out there. The Phalanx, the Trojan, back swiped by those Quas. And now it's just a little bit of whatever TopRamen can scrap together as his economy is in the doldrums. It looks like Hamster is going to strike back and finally bloody the man made of ramen. Well, he's holding on. He's on a little bit of a cope track right now because we got 7 pairs of mutas being made, but GG will finally be called before tier 2 is even revealed to him, and that will be it. 11 minutes in, Hamster on the board. All right, I like that. I like when Hamster gets on the board, It would have been a shame to build him up over the course of this tournament and then have him maybe fall a little bit flat there, but now jakulangski will challenge the Russian Zerg. see if we can get some value for our dollar in Group D. Rage Slave was the veto for Hamster. That is a port of... oh man, what is that originally called again? I can actually just click on it in here and see. Neo Rush Hour, that's right. It'll be Spinal Tap selected, ZVZ. I have seen this map in a few ZVZs. I think it was TheNightFox versus Art of Turtle. Might have been... oh, well, obviously that was when the... there was a really sick, nasty build that Art of Turtle came up with. Oh, man, what was... It was... he pulled the two... Like, he pulled a lot of workers. It was 6 pool, so instant pool, and then he pulled a few Drollheth to go ahead and make static defense inside the TheNightFox's base. Overwhelmed him. Was quite surprising. I don't know that Jack will do the same thing, but Hamster could do the same thing. Hamster is wild that way. Just about ready for this matchup. We've got our players in the lobby. Hamster with a win to his name. TopRamen with a loss. Jack looking for some redemption. By the way, we could still get an FFA here. If Jakulangski wins versus Hamster and then upsets TopRamen, that's FFA time, boys. Just letting you guys know. Just letting you guys know. Let's find out what's going to happen in this match. Hamster, heavy favorite, but maybe not for too much longer. We've got Jakulangski in the bottom left. Ooh, is he Zinwaldite brown? No, just regular brown. I was half right then, right? Hamster in the top right, Russian green, as always. He used to be Celadon. He was a Celadon Terran player, but a Russian green Zerg player. Interesting. I forget what he played. I think it was Celadon as Protoss as well, right? Art of Turtle throwing shade where he says, oh man. Well, Hamster is going for a very fast pull here. Worth pointing that out. Is he just going to copy AOT's build? Art of Turtle, you might be a trendsetter. I see you in the chat there. You might be going for the same moves. That could be a legit move. Well, Jack is just going to go for the old reliable Larvosk first into pool. This is actually the slowest possible pool. There's some people who go Kagrant, pool, Larvosk, but this is straight up Kagrant, Larvosk, pool. He's putting his pool down as this pool is about to finish. This is going to be a pretty lopsided affair. If they're quas, he 100% wins. There you go, going for Zeths instead. Not 100% sure. Not 100% sure what's going to happen here. Because if he could get quas all the way across, normally you can't do that before the pool hatches because the pool's done and then you get to make your units on the defensive side. But they're Zeths, and they're already moving across the map right now. So, I mean, the Larvosk is done. There's going to be a lot more military units here for Hamster, a lot more workers for Jakulangski. Let's see what Jack wants to do with that other worker. Going to go ahead and put down another Kagrant. I guess there's that's an easy surface area for Hamster's Zeth, so that might end up getting sniped first. It does reduce the surface area a bit on the actual completed Larvosk. Now, 2 pairs of quads starting. So now here come the Zeths, and this is going to be a pretty rough dive. Let's see what he does with these Zeths. What's he going to do? Because the Larvosk is going to get targeted down. Now, he can't really pull the workers to defend that. He just has to concede that. But he should know that this is like an immediate pool, right? So maybe he can just try to drill up. He's going to try to do that StarCraft 2 trick where you click on the interior mineral field here and use that. Yeah, there it is. I know Jack. I know what he's up to. He's played StarCraft 2 before. It kind of works in StarCraft 1 as well. It's just not the most efficient way to do it. So it's funny when you can look at that and think, oh yeah, that's why, because you played that game. Now, if the quads march across the map, I feel like Jack could do some pretty good damage here, because look at what Hamster has, right? He's only barely gotten the worker count back in his favor. He does have a production advantage because he's got his own hatch coming. But yeah, the Zeth comes back in to see, oh yeah, the quads are crossing the bridge. I'm in danger. Now, Jack has sort of held. He did lose more workers than I think he should have. He's just going to continue rallying straight quads across the map right now. Harvesting some gas, so he might slowly be building up. No, yeah, okay, now he's back to harvesting gas. I was going to say he might slowly build up enough for another Larvosk there. Needs to consider his angle of attack here. There is the one Zeth that could maybe flank a little bit. Quaz advantage here for jakulangski. He's peppered a lot of the HP of his opponents down too. Yeah, you can see definitely a dominant victory in terms of the fight here. Hamster gonna go for it. He's got a hatch down there making Quaz. He is also building his Vornath. Now, what does Jack do? He should just try to go for the military victory there if whenever possible, because he wants to trade down the enemy Quaz and kind of camp the production. You can see it's definitely working out for him. He's also gonna pick a worker there. There you go. He ends up getting a couple more quads. Maybe fat fingering it a little bit there, trying to ball up because he's got more quads streaming on in. But you can see it's a little bit of a slapdash affair right now. Hamster has lost a couple of workers. There you go. Now cleaned up. Jack does not have that many more units. Remember, Hamster did have a brief period of time where he had the production advantage. Now we've got Vorvs coming. They do have some armor. Just chancing it, just seeing what the military count is like. That one Zeth going to move across the map as well. Maybe he can try to hold a little bit of a concave over here. He's at least going to pick the one Zeth. Yeah, the Vorv actually is not going to have its armor factored in, really. It's a full-blown loss there for jakulangski. However, he does have a lot of quads back at home. He just doesn't have the same production, right? He's only now getting his second Larvosk. He's banked a decent amount of Vespene. And 3 pairs of Nathrakors are being made. If Jack tries to go for a move out again, he could definitely get punished by that. But otherwise, if the quads are at home, I think the game goes on for a little bit longer. First round of Nathrakors is already in the air. Ooh, narrowly avoids losing that Quaz. All right, extra larva's coming. So we're going to go up to 4 larva production for Hamster. That will supersede the production of Jack once we get there. And look at this. The 8 Naths are in the general vicinity, but we have 4 quads here and more hatching all the time. Let's see. Some of them on rally. I mean, the Nats haven't shown themselves just yet. You can see these kind of posturing a little bit here as a couple of Zeths did end up hitting the deck. Now, some quads come out. These ones need to dive in because, again, you know, you can just end up losing the Larvosk there. Jack pulling all of his forces back initially. He knows that the jig is up. He's seen that, you know, the 4 Nath is already obviously gestating, but now he knows that there actually are some count of Naths, and that one quad is not going to be able to step to all of these Naths. Yeah, he's just going to get immediately destroyed. You can see trying to hold the ramp. That's going to give him a little bit of an advantage moving up there, but Hamster will end up hemorrhaging those poor quads. jakulangski continuing to march across the map. All right, Hamster going to put down a K-grid. That's going to turn into some static defense. You get that anti-surface static defense structure, the Circuit Cesium. That is going to give you a lot more staying power over here. It has such a high health pool, and crucially, it does have enough armor to reduce a little bit of the quaz damage. Makes it a lot harder for that to work out. Now, the quaz count over here for Hamster is a little bit less than what Jack has. Is that little bit less going to be enough? Because, again, this K-grid is soaking up a lot of damage. Yeah, it's not even going to be focused down there. Jack not being the most most studious with his focus fire, and now more quads down here. Well, at the very least, a small victory for him if he actually attack moves here, because he could have just killed a lot of those gnats. Instead, he's got gnats of his own coming on in to try to snipe that Larvosk. And you know what? He reduced the count of quads for Hamster enough. He will be able to pick at least one of those Larvosks. Now he can fly away. There is a worker that was moving out in the middle of nowhere. It looks like maybe he was trying to expand at some point. Instead, he's going to come in here and try to finish off that circuit. I don't think that's going to quite work out. I guess he will, but it can just be remorphed, right? So it's not the end of the world. And now look at this. He's hung out long enough that the gnats are fighting each other, and that is definitely going to favor Hamster. Only one gnat surviving for Jack. There we go. The rest of the gnats also being dwindled down, right? Dwindling count. Hamster still has a little bit there. So that's why Jack went for the circuit pick with the gnats. He wanted to see if he could maybe open up a timing to attack with the quads, but he only has those. And again, those are not the best at dealing with structures. Many more quads coming out here for Hamster. Really for both players. Hamster does have the superior economy by a considerable margin, having 2 bases here. You know, even a Kagran has enough armor to reduce the power of the quads. Adding a lot more Kagrans here, a lot of gas being floated right now for Hamster. Is he just going to go for tier 2? Instead, it looks like he's going to start adding some Spraiths and another Larvosk. So, that makes a bit of sense. Spending down his gas to get even more of a economic production here. I swear there are more units than what you're seeing here in Zerg, but right now they are handshaking to stay on the same set of units right now. And I don't know, the circuit is enough to really stop the quads from being too sufficient here. However, Jack is considering going for the Zeth push. And, you know, if he adds a couple of Vorvs to his mix, he can definitely debuff the attack speed and armor of the circuit, make it a lot more approachable. Hydra's then coming on out here, signaling that Hamster would like to end the Quaz Wars. But Jack fancies a push forward, adding more static defense to B. But Hamster, I think he's got enough to hold even without it. And look at this. The gnats coming out here as well to chase down the rest of the Quaz. You can see him trying to stand tall at the bridge, reconvene at the middle of the map, but he's mostly got anti-ground. He does have enough Quaz to at least fight the Nathrakors, but once everything joins up here for Hamster, I feel like he's going to be more than well aware of what he needs to do. Let's see, he actually cancels those structures. He's not really confident that he needs them. I think so too. I think he's just fine. He's got a lot of Quaz on his rally point in the main anyway. Hydra's then just finished. We'll see what he wants to make of it. Hatch has finished for Jack, but he's not really making too many on the worker side, right? He is still down by 13 workers. Zorka Shroud coming in for him. Could it be the superior tech that he needs? Extra circuit. This is basically impossible for Jack to bust. And look at that. Iris coming for Hamster. He's going to take the tech way out. He doesn't want to just fight the Quaz War forever, apparently. Now, a lot of the Quaz end up dying for Jack. That makes a lot of sense. Hamster has been sitting on a large account for a good while. He finally pushes out with it. He doesn't have that many gnats, right? Only the 3. He might even want to be thinking about like saving those for turning them into calcs later, but he can also get a nice little scout in, see what his opponent is doing. Hydra's then coming online here for Jack, and an Ovaleth for him as well. He might be thinking about dropping. If he drops some Zeths into the enemy base, JarrellStorm showed us versus HitEmUp, you can actually do that to pick Larvosks and such. He also did that against Kenoli. Nice little sandwich here for Jack. He's actually going to clear out a lot of the Quaz that Hamster was trying to use. And remember, as Tier 2 starts to come to fruition, Quazalisks can mutate into a superior strain called the Lyralisk. So, Hamster losing a lot of those, it doesn't seem like much, but it means that he's got to invest in another round of them. So what is it going to be as Tier 2 has hatched for him? Ah, Tier 2 static defense structures. It feels like maybe it's not super necessary to do, but you know what? I dig it. I dig it. That is a little bit of Vespene. And instead of going for what I thought he was going to go for, he's actually going to make the Tethfith Swamp. So, this is interesting, right? That's not what you would normally see. He'll have access to the Bactylisks, he'll have access to the Tetzoricors, and of course the classic, everybody's favorite unit, the Vithrilisk. Also known as the Devourer. There's enough Quaz here for Hamster to just kind of muscle through this fight, it feels like. Now, there is a bit of a drop going on, but the Spraiths have stopped it from getting too close to the mineral line, and Hamster seems content to just continue working this through. He doesn't have that many military units, though, and the Quaz from Jack are starting to heckle his mineral line. Has he played with his food a little bit too much? But remember, this static defense over here is going to be impossible for jakulangski to break. Iziricors, Zethrakors, they're going to charge in. Only maybe 3 or 4 workers end up going down as a result. So overall, not too bad. And now he's going to start to make those Tetzoricores. Is a believer in them. All right, the Mutat Spire is coming online soon. Wow, we're actually getting a pretty lengthy ZVZ out of this one. Again, a lopsided match in terms of, on paper, you would definitely favor Hamster. He seems happy to get down and dirty, though. He is going to go into that Calcure Lake. That is going to afford him the ability to turn those Quasilisks into their superior form. And now as he wanders on ahead with the Chads, he's going to go ahead and just do his best to do some lifesteal. There isn't that many of them, so they're not doing a spectacular job, but they are still absorbing enough. And then they turn back into Visiricores for the spread damage, right? So pretty good front line overall in this particular matchup. Not super exciting. They're not like doing a stupendous job of it, but still flexing a little bit there. They do deal splash damage. They do have lifesteal, so as the fights get a little bit quieter, you can definitely tell that the Tets are staying alive a lot longer there. Kind of body blocked the wounded one there, but that's quite all right. All right, it's actually going to be Sycrilisks of all things coming online. I've never seen a Zerg do that, and by never I mean not in a very long time. I think I saw Sycrilisks come out for Art of Turtle against jakulangski in Acropolis #1 group stage on, I was going to say Spinal Tap, but this is Spinal Tap, on Sideshow. And that was actually what swung the game for him, funnily enough. And, well, they haven't really received too many changes. I guess they're a bit tankier, right? I think they, by a bit, I mean a lot. I think they have, plus 30 HP from what they used to have. So definitely a damn sight tankier as a result of that. They're going to go ahead and waddle off. Bit of a mixed mid-range army with a couple of Tets there to chat it up. The splash damage from the Sycrilisks will definitely get rid of these Nathicores in a blink of an eye. I'm not sure that Jack remembers that they deal splash damage, and they are evaporating as a result. It's Hydra time for Jack, but I think it might be high time that he falls on back and considers what he needs to do for the rest of this group, because I don't think he's going to be able to make it past Hamster's little hit squad in the middle. Remember, there's not that much on the saturation here. An idle worker as well in that natural. Not great saturation in the main. Worker count definitely benefiting Hamster, who is trying to take that third base. He had been kind of maintaining these two Nats over there at 9 o'clock to confirm no third base for Jack. He didn't end up going to 6 o'clock, but I think you can tell that's not really an area Jack has too much control over. And indeed, the front line will continue. Another Tetzoricor being mutated on the front lines from that regressed Visiricor, but it's not even needed. Hamster will claim victory in a bit of a prolonged affair in ZVZ on Spinal Tap. And don't you know it? That does indeed mean that we are all out of opportunities for that FFA. Acropolis #3 will have to be where we get it, if we're going to get it at all. And with that, TopRamen will select the next map going into the, I guess this will be our 5th game. So officially past the halfway point of the group, it is safe to say. Ben in the chat, yeah. The one FFA that we got was the undercard of the Fraud of July. The Fraud of July we had, trying to remember what it was. I think it was TopRamen, Krankendow, and there was one other player. It might have been Eclipso. It was a Protoss player, I know. But it was a high-ranked Protoss player. Awakened Bahamut's are scary. It'll be Demaloon selected by TopRamen for our next map. Anyway, the undercard of Group B had Toyota Miguel, Myriad Colors, and Killface, I think. I think that's what it was. All right. The winner of this group the winner of this match rather, will be the leader of the group. Ramen currently 1-1 against Hamster. It was either Killface or Sadistic, but I think Sadistic was the undercard for Group A. Group A was the Beaver 99, Dead Infested, and I think it was Sadistic. That was pretty cool. We had Veek and Jujic doing the undercard stream. And then Jujic joined me. Well, Jujic played in Group C, where there was no undercard. It was Jujic, jakulangski, Green Eggs and Spam. And then Group D, that was Lucy Biddyby, Son of Alcatraz. What a chilling move for Son of Alcatraz to have to deal with that. Classic move there. Shout out Biddyby. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to head into Game 5 of our group. It'll be TopRamen challenging Hamster on Demaloon. Whoever wins this stands a good chance of exiting in first place. See if that ends up happening after all, because we are jumping straight on in. It's TopRamen, the Platinum Terran in the top left. Hamster, Russian Green Zerg in the bottom right. I'll take this opportunity to take a sip. Hope you guys have been enjoying the tournament so far. Much smoother than day one, where we had the unfortunate curse of me not having the right version of the game running for the first entire group almost. But we roll with the punches. We know how it is. All right, Hamster, we'll be going for a pool opener here. Pool before Larvosk. He might want to be ending the game a bit soon. Ramen, on the other hand, going straight for Fulcrum. You know, he did tell me that he had a little bit of timing, right? Like, he's got some timings he's been considering as far as TVZ is concerned. It is interesting that he's going to be going for stuff like that. But he's also shown pure mech. Like, he doesn't really want to do the bio stuff. I know Ayuda is partial to bio in this matchup. So it's really interesting to see that kind of thing. The deviation between some of the players. Larvos coming already for Hamster, so his build order has been pretty well optimized, it looks like. Second Fulcrum all the way down before the first is complete. That is going to delay the next Mason until the Vulture begins. So, talk about optimizations. I know Ramen is an optimizer. There's a reason why he's gone for the second Fulcrum so fast. He does scout the pool was faster than the Larvosk. I wonder if he has any thoughts about that. Vulture going to go ahead and lay a couple of mines in a few key locations. Still has one more that he can lay. He's hunting around for that all-important worker scout, but Hamster has not decided to burrow near the Shambler spot. There's two spots that we've mostly seen so far from Zerg players. Oh, look, he did find it. He figured it out. Exposed. So Shambler would burrow his worker in the choke, just so that he would see when the move out happens. Of course, when you know that, you can just find it, kill it, and then not move out, right? And Krankendow would burrow in the middle of the base somewhere like completely apropos of nothing, and then unburrow and re-scout. So it's kind of interesting, right? Very fast Shroud out of Hamster. He is going to have to deny the Vulture a run-by, of course, if he wants to keep that a secret. One of his quads has already departed, and will actually clear one of the mines that had been put down before being, indeed, put down by that Blackjack. I don't hate that for Hamster. I mean, he knows that there's a scrapyard now, where previously he didn't really quite know that. A little bit of chase given, but halfway done with the Zorki's Shroud. You know, an early Lekizalisk could be a pretty deadly timing here in favor of our good friend or our good friend Hamster against our good friend TopRamen. I feel like that is something that has been struggled with by Ramen. Like, he struggled to beat Jack on Paradise because of that. Quaz continuing to keep to it, and then there you go. Keep Stum. Do not talk about that Zorki's Shroud. No scout coming for TopRamen. He's actually just sent out another Vulture. Maybe he wants to check that 6 o'clock, it looks like. No Ministry coming for him, though. He's going straight to the Star Pad. And 2 Lakes are coming. I don't know if he just has a 6th sense for it, or if he wants to set up for a drop. But either way, The star pad is on the way, and, well, it's actually a vulture coming. He wants more mines, it looks like. So, okay, it will be an ant seal. So he will have some protection versus this. But it's still 3 Lekizalisk, 2 Zoryus. Like, that's still going to be a dangerous force to deal with. I do like the vulture coming out and just laying another mine at the ramp and, you know, the bridge rather, and continuing to see what he can do. Laying a mine at the 3 o'clock, making sure that no secret expansions are going to come in. Now, here's where things are going to get a little bit dangerous, right? Another ant seal in production, but what we're seeing here is the potential for a ministry to be put down, as Hamster is also taking an expansion. Now, the Zoryus will be revealed by TopRamen's vulture there. I think his camera panned over just in time to see that. That does mean that you can surmise there will probably be the possibility of Lakes, right? That means that there's like no Vorvs to slow or anything. It's just going to be the Zoryus. Now, he has to get through the minefield. 4 very well-placed mines here are going to definitely help Ramen out. All of that is going to be down. Ooh, that's a little bit of a rough one. Does he get baited in as a result? The Lake is kind of biding their time. Only 1 mine left. First Lakes is going to get stunned and, of course, is going to get overwhelmed. But look at that stun. Actually affects so many of the Blackjacks and some of the Ant Seals. That ended up being surprisingly effective in favor of Hamster. But he does end up losing all of his front line despite it. He spots the Cyclops and he knows that Starpad tech is available. Does he suspect that we might end up seeing some kind of drop? That's really the question for Hamster, because now the shoe's on the other foot. The Quads are kind of marching around here. The one Vulture revealing itself. All right, well, he's going to be able to just stop that from doing really any damage. It will get a scout off. That'll feel pretty good for TopRamen, but not really going to get too much done with just the Vulture. He's trying. He's maybe spending a little bit too much APM on that one task, but he's trying. All right, Scrapyard, Fulcrum. We know that the Trojan can come at any point. The Cyclops were made, after all. He's got 2 of them. Extra scrapyards. Okay. I mean, Ramen's still definitely in this. He's not, he's actually ahead in workers, right? But I do worry about the Lakes count, which is continuing to rise. Back up over the initial 3 that were there. It's at 4. What we need to see is, yeah, that Vornath pawn needs to finish up, and then we need to see those Vorvs be added to the mix. We do have, obviously, 5th Lake is being started. Kagrin defensively at the natural because Hamster knows what is up. Do you dare make less Ant Seals, right? That's the main question. This one will actually see the army moving across the map, so TopRamen should definitely be aware of that. And, he responds a little bit too slowly, for my liking. Losing an Ant Seal. One of them is very wounded, by the way. It's 7 HP. Should probably be repaired. Looks like maybe the Mason is doing just that. No, he's actually going to come out a little bit further, and maybe he's thinking about dropping a structure of some kind. He's deployed a decent amount of, you know, of the units. So there is that as well. Yeah, no ramp over here to help the deployment, and a lot of the Quas units are just being offered over, and that is definitely not what you want. He ends up losing most of those Quas units and a lot of Lakes. Not ideal for Hamster, not ideal. Still patrolling the Quas over to accept any Watchdog Scouts or drops. He's got some static defense coming at the natural. Spraith and a Circuit. Usually that is actually enough to deal with like a small number of Cyclops. I think 4 Cyclops still ends up getting pretty good dubs there. 2 Ovelots being made, so Hamster fancying a drop of his own. Maybe turn the tables on him. Right now, it's not comfortable for the Terran, but he's still in a lead with 6 workers. He still has plenty of production. He's adding a 5th Fulcrum. Got a 2nd base up and running, adding an anchor. Like, he is a little bit worried right now, but it's not the end of the world, right? That one lobotomy mine unlikely to stop the Hatros from going down, but it will probably scout it. Now, this would be an absolute death trap to try to move through that. I'm sure Ramen will be moving south first. All right, Hamster going to be attempting to try to go double expand yet again. It doesn't really look to me like TopRamen took a look at that 3 o'clock position. So it's up to him to remember that he had vision there, and then it's no longer the case. I thought there was going to be a worker sent down to 6 o'clock, so it won't be a double expand after all, actually. The lake is perched on a very annoying cliff there. Again, if you want to attack that position, you really want to go south first. A couple of Cyclops going to peel off to the right-hand side. Maybe scout out that aforementioned 3 o'clock position. 2 Ovelots are out here, but there's nothing in them. In fact, look at this. The Cyclops randomly are going to end up finding the attempted drop there. I mean, as soon as TopRamen pays attention to that, he has not looked at it yet. That's kind of critical. He has not paid attention to that at all. His unit's just kind of errantly moving around. Hamster making a pretty big and scary army. How long does Hamster wait before pulling the trigger on that lake is dropped? Because that could be absolutely deadly. A third base is in construction, in production. TopRamen definitely looking for that. Tier 2 just began for Hamster. He does have to worry about holding. He can't really do a setup before a big attack. Now, the Lakers are going to go ahead and be unloaded. Looks like in the main. Now, does Hamster have enough to respond to this threat? He's going to try to commit to it. The Zoryus really need to get on there so they can speed everything else up. The Phalanx are going to help splatter so much of the Zerg army right now. And here come the Lakers. No! They got unloaded right next to some Phalanxes, and they are going to get crushed. The ground army for Hamster reduced to a single lake is at this point. A very poor engagement for him. He does have a small sampling of other units, but it's not going to be nearly enough to deal with that. If Hamster had flown directly into the mineral line of TopRamen, he might have had a lot better luck. But as of right now, this is looking like a ramen dub. I just don't see how Mr. Hamster could possibly make it through here. Another Phalanx shot onto that lake will be its demise. And there you go. It's no longer going to be contributing to the fight. The desperation pull of all available units try to staff this front line for Hamster, but the Zerg player has finished his tier 2. He just has no transition out of it. The timing hits, and TopRamen, he claims the first victory in the second half of our group. All right, well, all that separates TopRamen from first place qualification now is a win over jakulangski. If first place Zerg exit is going to be happening, it's going to happen because Jack defeats TopRamen, and then Hamster fights his way through yet again. We'll have to see. But right now, Jack needs to pick a map to go up against TopRamen with. Just waiting on Jack to finalize his selection here. Jamming out to the tunes of Inoslix. Yes, indeed, Shopkeeper Dog. The opening was TopRamen going... he actually put his second Fulcrum down before he put his... okay. It'll be Blackwater Bastion selected by jakulangski. Yeah, he put his second Fulcrum down before his first finished. He actually cut a worker to get a Vulture out faster. I'm not sure it was actually necessary or important for the build, but that was how it happened. I'm rooting for Jack to get a win as well. I mean, he did grind through the lower bracket of the second gauntlet in order to get here. Not the last chance, but almost the last chance for him to make it in. So, hats off to him. He defeated some strong players along the way, most notably Hepsea 2-1. And, of course, he also played, I would say, pretty well against Smarty Cakes, though Smarty Cakes did take him to 5 games. Now up against a new breed, a stronger class of Terran and also of Zerg. Jack has a chance to upset TopRamen on Blackwater Bastion. All right, we are about to get into things, ladies and gentlemen. This is the location of this oil stash. It was just black water all along. I wanted to show that for just a brief period of time there. TopRamen, the silver turret in the top left. Still not in the top right. Cross spawns, though. Jakulangski down here in the bottom right. Ooh. Man, what is this color? Is this beast or brown? Zerg? Bronze. Well, it's silver versus bronze. I guess silver wins, right? We will still not be seeing any bio openers from TopRamen. He did like a little bit of stockade play back in the day, but he hasn't really done it very much. I think he did it a little bit in TVT, funnily enough, but not very much otherwise. Bio getting the cold shoulder with the exception of that one match Aud did against Neblime, almost busting him with the Huracan, the Huracan, Stimmed Maverick, and Shaman. An interesting little mix there. It'll be pool before the Larvosk here for Jakulangski as he sends out a scout worker at about 7. Which is actually like 9 because of the way Zerg work, but you know what I mean. Let's see what the matchup here is going to end up being. Drolef moving to the top right. We'll most likely see that the Mason is rocking around there and speculate that, oh, he must be cross-spawn. No reason for the Mason to leave the base early enough to get there later on. Banking a decent amount of SP in here. Jakulangski will be rocking and rolling with the Kagrin into Larvosk. He actually saved just enough money to do a certain something with his pool, I feel like. Is this going to be some kind of cheese? It is! Okay, my man. Oh, he does need a little bit of... he needs 25 extra gas to turn that Kagrin into a Larvosk. He might have miscalculated a little bit there. Oh, no! Does he know? Does he know? Does he know what he's doing? Maybe I'm going to be giga-brained, though, and it's actually going to be like... Yeah, there you go. He's going to go back to gas mining. That feels like maybe a little bit of a scuffed opener for the build order, but... If you scout the Vornath really fast... Oh, he's actually going to get to his ramp to stop the Mason from doing so. He really needs to do that. Yeah, there's the extra workers there. So, yeah, Qua's not going to see anything. Vulture not going to really be able to see anything. The Droleth will actually get rid of the mines because the first Blackjack comes out a little bit too slow for the... worker to be stopped from doing that, as long as Jack actually sends it up a little bit. And clear out that other mine. 2 pairs of gnats already on the way. Oh, look at that. He actually sidesteps the mine. He's going to see that there's a Blackjack. He does have to watch out because Blackjacks do pretty well versus Nathacors in the early stages of the game. You really needed like an overwhelming count to deal with that. Ramen trying to bait out the presence of the Quas. Now, hopefully, Jack doesn't fly over his opponent's, Vulture on his way out. He also does have a small amount of time where he can do this because the Palladium is nearly complete. That will be a Madrigal first. We've seen that so many times now for TopRamen. We know it's going to be Madrigals in the opening stages of the game. Look at that, baiting him out into the mines. He'll end up picking one Quas for his trouble. And I guess the Quas can stand and fight a little bit there. Another one, trying to muscle out this Vulture before it can really do too much. Ramen doesn't mind, heckling the... Yeah, Ramen doesn't mind heckling the Quas. It's actually going to be a Zeth Flood behind this. Okay, he's really counting on basically kind of like a, not really an all-in attack, but the Vulture is actually going to see the Nats. This is actually really important here for TopRamen. What's he going to do? I mean, he's going to scout those in, and I don't know. You can't really fight that, right? Okay, the Nats stay alive for now. Remember, the Madrigal is still in there. That's going to splash down one of them and kill the other. Down to only 2 Nats over in this fight. But look at that. He's dragged so many of the military away, and now here come the Zets and the Quas, stepping through the mines. Maybe that Drolla should have cleared that other one after all. Going after the Madrigal first. That's going to be the main source of damage for TopRamen, but he still has plenty of units there. And oh my god. It feels like it was a well-planned attack, but honestly, Jakulangski kind of baited himself in with too many damage, too much damage onto his Naths earlier. Remember, Vorvs can still be made, though. He can still push that V key. Uh-oh, I don't know about leading with the Zets. Yeah, there's just too many units out here for TopRamen. This attack is not going to work out whatsoever. A ministry being made on the high ground as well. Jack needs to pull his Zets back. Looks like the Vulture came in and killed a Zeth and then died. Extra mines being laid as well, just to slow things down, make things annoying. 8 worker wonder for Jakulangski. He's taking notes from none other than Kenoli, but it doesn't look like Matadors were necessary for TopRamen to stop this push. I don't know, man. I'm not exactly liking Jack's odds. I think TopRamen's about to take the first place victor. He just needs to muscle on through. Slow and steady. Ooh, look at that. He just repositioned a mine courtesy of that Zeph. He moved it from A to B. Well, at least Jack has some idea that the move out is coming. But is it really coming? I mean, it said it's going to be a Cyclops drop. I don't know if I agree with the Cyclops drop at this point. I guess you're expecting that the Naths, if there's going to be more Naths or units in general, they're going to continue moving across the map, and you're not too worried about it. But if the Cyclops drop hits, you kill it for free with Naths, and then what? It's not really going to be too much of a swing in your opponent's favor, but it's also not going to do too much. Now, at this point, if economic damage happens to Jack, you can call it even more than I'm already calling it. Now, again, the Nats almost see it. I guess this pair will see it, right? Jack doesn't actually pay too much attention to it, however. There's nothing protecting the main minerals. A second Cyclops drop is being fomented instead, and you don't really want to defend your mineral line with Cyclops. That's like the opposite of what you need to do there. A little bit of heckling happening over here. Nats in the middle of the map getting bopped by those Blackjacks. That's a big investment for Jack. That's not really going to help out. Hold on. We do have the Cyclops being attacked by those Natsicors. Now going to go ahead and pick the Mason working on that Watchdog. Pretty good stuff there. He's even going to go ahead and try to kill the Watchdog before anything else can happen. The drop is going to come in. Only Qua's down here, and they're at the ramp, so much more understandable there. Oh, look at that. It does end up getting picked anyway. So still at large are the Nathicors. And look at this. Here comes the drop. Only 10 workers to jakulangski's name, and he does not respond to this immediately. He's pulling the Quas instead of pulling the workers. He's not really... doesn't really have anywhere to put the workers at. Now this Watchdog is going to go ahead and complete a couple more. Masons will end up going down, but that is just about it. A couple of workers did die for Jack. Down to 17 workers for Ramen, so kind of even keeled there, but the Quas are indeed going to be overwhelmed by the force that is now sharing a same height level for them. The ramp has been breached. Jakulangski is in trouble. He's got lots of minerals floated, but no way to actually use them. Those Cyclops get cleaned up nice and easy, but how do you get rid of the single Vulture, single Madrigal, and all of these Blackjacks? GG has to be called. TopRamen exits in first place. All right. With that all said, our scoreboard is looking suchly. With a record of 2 for 2, Hamster needs to win one more game to send Jakulangski packing. And Jack needs to win... Oh man, it's a lot of games for him, isn't it? Yeah, he needs to win... No, he only needs to win 2 games, actually. It's a best of 3 with Hamster up 1-0. That's basically how we can think about it now. So Hamster will be able to pick the next map versus Jakulangski. It can be anything except for Decapitation and the maps that have been played so far. So I'll take a moment to address what those maps could be. So Demaloon, Genesis Y, Near Impact, Spinal Tap, Blackwater Bastion, and Paradise were already played. So, and Decapitation is vetoed. So the only maps that are remaining are Check Stealer, Muspelheim. Is that it? Oh, Rage Slave, yeah. But that was Hamster's veto, so he's probably not going to play that. It'll be Muspelheim. Jakulangski challenged by Hamster on that map in particular. Some more ZVZ action for you folks. And we are getting started. This is going to be an interesting match. Muspelheim, a map that we've seen a lot of ZVZs on. We saw the TheNightFox take on Art of Turtle multiple times on this map. We definitely saw a good amount of this map being used in general in this tournament. So Zergs do like it. Smarty Cakes really want somebody to infest this Iron Foundry. We know that jakulangski did that versus HitEmUp and had infested Penumbra out. So I'm just going to say that's a possibility if it goes long enough for Jack to get to tier 2. That's his goal for this game. His goal might not be to win. His goal is definitely going to be to wrangle everything else. So Hamster in the top right as the Russian green Zerg. jakulangski in the bottom left as, ooh, is this Cordovan Zerg? It is. There you go. It'll be Kagrant first for for Jack, but Hamster has a different idea. Hamster is going to go for the HitEmUp build, it looks like, except he's actually harvesting gas with this. Is this going to be like 2 Izzy, 1 Hydra or something? What's going to be going on? It's funny because on Muspelheim in tournament play, the TheNightFox versus Art of Turtle, they are 1-1. The TheNightFox beat him on it in their qualification series in Gauntlet Stage B. That was a qualification A. However, Art of Turtle did defeat the TheNightFox in the rematch, which happened in their group yesterday. So I thought that was really nice play for him, making sure to abuse the fact that he had used an Ovaleth to drop the worker and expand over here, and then he dropped Quaz and disrupted a bunch of mining, and just was a shenaniganer, you know? He just had a lot of shenanigans going on there. All right, we're going to go up to a pretty fast triple larva for jakulangski. He's adding that second Larvosk pretty soon. However, Hamster is going to be going for the mass Hydrith into an expansion after. Interesting. Okay, so he's using the gas for the military units, and he's going to go ahead and take the Expo. This could be an interesting little play there. The Drolith Scout going to come out here and just get mopped up by the Hydras. And Jack isn't even going to know what hit him. He didn't respond fast enough to even see what was coming. He just knows something is coming. He's going to make 2 pairs of Quaz. Could get overwhelmed here. That Kagrant not turned into anything just yet. Doesn't have the minerals for the Larvosk yet. Just non-stop Quaz. He knows something is coming across the map, but he doesn't quite know what it is. Kagrant being dropped, that's undoubtedly going to be for a Larvosk. All right, the Quaz are going to sort of try to deal with the Hydras. They only have 1 armor, so the Quaz armor pen will get rid of them. Feels like maybe right now Hamster's not super favored in the military, but they do move faster than the Quaz, so they will outrun them just fine. They pick a couple of Quaz and then leave without losing too much. Definitely put the fear of Hydra in Mr. Jack here. Hatch being deployed for Hamster. That fast expansion could really swing the balance if he ends up going for a very heavy amount of Vespene. Hamster no stranger to the Matroleth and to trying to infest things himself, you know. Just wanted to throw that out there. I think if any of these 2 Zerg players gets to tier 2, we will see that Iron Foundry be claimed, blissfully embraced. 14 Quaz have been made. That is going to put Hamster ahead in terms of workers. Especially as he's adding more and more of them. Rallying a lot of them further to his main base for now. Does he want to saturate that gas? Like, what's he doing? Yeah, okay. He's going to be saturating the geyser first. That is going to give him some pretty nice moves there as far as the resources are to go. But Jack is going to move across the map and see if he can get something done with those Quaz. I like that he's making Circuith, but he... Like, you could just run past them, right? So, like, that ramp needs to be blocked by some military units, of which Hamster has... he's sorely lacking in that department. He only has the 2 Hydras out right now. He's going to have a couple of that hatch up right now to maybe add to it. But the Quaz might just decide to muscle on through. The 6 Hydras defending this. The Circuits are also going to finish, so I feel like the Quaz are not really going to be too successful here. They are going to go ahead and try to kill that 1 Circuit. Not really going to be worth it at all. Not a single unit or structure lost on the side of Hamster is pretty damn good. But Jack will set up the pseudo-contain. He sees that there was a fast expansion. Hamster going straight for the ski-back scab. Are we going to see Skither Cores out? That would be so beautiful. We never see Skither Cores. I think Art of Turtle made like 2 against Kenoli on Decapitation in their Game 5 of Lower Qualification A and Gauntlet Stage B. Yes, I know all of the numbers, all of the games. But yeah, that's that's like the last time I saw a Skith, I think. Rocking up with 9 Hydras. He can definitely take these kind of potshot fights and move around, but he's just waiting. It's not going to be Skith. It's going to go straight into Bactylisks. You can tell because of the Hydra count continuing to rise and their general positioning. More and more Zeth and Quaz. That pool is nearly done evolving. Are we going to end up seeing some kind of committal? No. Hamster's being a little bit dangerous here. He's got 300 gas banked up, but he doesn't really have that many minerals to actually go for anything else. So, you know. Oh, it is? Okay, never mind. I was right the first time when I was praying for Skither Cores. I am a little bit concerned, though. Like, Hamster has 12 Hydras, right? But the Zeth and the Vorv, the VQ was pushed. Surely it's going to find some success this time around, right? Well, they're going to dive onto those circuits in the bottom. The Quaz count is so high. The Hydras have to do so much work here. And they are going to dive on to those circuits, rendering them completely obsolete. They are no longer going to be helping in the fight. There is a Skither Core up. Not that many on the anti-air side with those Quaz. They might still be able to tear down that one Quaz. Yeah, there's the one Skith going down. Some reinforcements coming in the form of Zeths. They did get rid of almost everything. The gas harvesters are being disrupted, and more Zeths coming on in to absorb some of that punishment from those Hydras. Doesn't look like they're really going to be able to do too much there, though, and none of those military units for Hamster end up dying. So he lost a couple of workers. Lost a couple of structures, which are effectively workers. Revealed that he was going for Skither Cores. Expansion may be coming up here for Jack, but he's spent all of his money. He's got 5 larvae every 14 seconds. He's essentially going for a heavy military push. I don't know that it's going to be enough. The Hydra count didn't really get thinned out, right? That's the presence, the utility of going for all of those circuits, right? Is that they absorbed so much of the pressure that Jack was otherwise going to be able to evoke. Not much strength able to be mustered as of this point in time. We've got a Quaz and Zeth force coming on in. These Hydras just being kept entertained by these Quaz, set up for maybe a bit of a surround, but instead Jack he pulls that punch. I thought the Skits were going to be moving elsewhere, but instead they come on back to defend a run-by, which is pretty wise considering what might have happened otherwise. Yeah, the Hydra count is getting to that point where it's really easy for the pool units to end up just getting absolutely shredded by them on the approach. Only a few Quaz. This Skith count will definitely help deal with that. Especially, you know, I never thought about this. Skith Hydra is actually really good versus pool because the Skiths just melt the Zeths and the Vorvs. And also are going to be insurance policy versus the Naths. And the Hydras deal really, really nicely with Quaz. They also help versus Vorvs because of the armor and high HP pool. Jack's still not really doing anything with that worker at his natural. Definitely feels very similar to the Spinal Tap game, where Jack was really, really behind economically, but added so much pressure with the pool units. Hamster just had to weather that storm, and it became very, very obvious that eventually Jack had to capitulate there. Unfortunately for Jack, I don't see a way for him to make this attack work. We're talking about 6 Skither Cores. Good pullback there from Hamster to keep them alive. He's making a couple of Izira Cores behind this. He remains alive in the group, and I'm pretty sure he's about to exit in second place. The 6 Izira Cores, once those hatch, there will be an utter massacre. He did pick, 2 Skits it looks like? It doesn't look like the Hydra count got managed at all, though. No expansion still for Jack. He's decided to end this like a man on a single base. And there you go. His last of his pool units on that side of the map get cleaned up. More of them on the way. There's always more where that came from. Shopkeeper Dog having flashbacks to that one match on Spinal Tap where Jack had every base and was just waypointing endless Zeths. Rough stuff here as Hamster continues to push on forward, muscling through with his additional units. His better tech, he's taking a third base as well. Adding a macro hatch in his natural. Doing a little bit of tricky burrow micro to keep those Izira Cores alive as well. And that's going to be much too much for jakulangski to hold. He continues to rally forward the units, but this is a grinder. Absolutely moving through, mowing down all of what jakulangski has to offer. The Izira Cores only now starting to be actually felled And GG is called. That's it. My friends, Hamster has conquered the bloody fields of Muspelheim, and he will exit the group in second place. The way that TopRamen played this one out, it does feel like maybe that match on Genesis Y was a bit of an anomaly, but Hamster also went Hydrith first in 2 out of 5 games, almost half the time. So I do think it's kind of neat that he's willing to go for the more avant-garde strategies. But with all that said, it does mean that we have to bid Mr. jakulangski adieu. It's unfortunate, right? Because I did want to see what he would do in this meta here with this power of Zerg, but once the Protoss opponents dried up, it seems that so too did jakulangski, and unfortunately, even on the overlay, he is red. He's not supposed to be red, I know, but he is red. We'll see if TopRamen wants to do an exit interview. And while that is being decided, I will go ahead and update our overlay. I've also been keeping our Liquipedia page for this event up to date. So far, it's been pretty good. It's been pretty interesting to have those kinds of things in the bag, so to speak. It's funny because TopRamen plays as platinum and silver when it comes to his color preferences, but I just had to color him gold because he exited in first place, you know? So I think that's kind of funny. And that will indeed be our results, ladies and gentlemen. Group D is concluded, and so too is Acropolis number 2's Battlements stage. Day 2 comes to a close. Hello, TopRamen, the voice of the winning seed, exiting in first place in your group, matching AUD 64 in that you were coming in as the second seed, not the preferred one, but you still exited in first. How do you feel following these matches?
I feel pretty good. Went mostly as expected. That one game on Genesis Y versus Hamster gave me some pause for sure.
Oh yeah? I was curious about that. I guess we can start by talking about that right now. In my opinion, that matchup, it does feel like it was a little bit bizarre. The first match that was played by you guys on Near Impact, he goes for Hydrith first, which must have thrown you for a loop, right? Like that's not a common strategy for the Zerg players whatsoever in this meta or just in general. However, after that, he kind of goes back to the more standard stuff. He seems to be targeting Lakizelisks to maybe exploit a lack of detection in your early build. I also noticed that on Paradise, Jack was able to extend play for a very long time using Lake is on the high ground. Do you think that that was a big stumbling block for your particular build order? Like you said, it gave you pause, but what about it was surprising to you based on, comparing that to your practice?
So actually when I play Zerg, I do like going for mass Orcas units over the usual Bactalisk. I think Lakizelisks offer a lot more play versus Blackjack mech. And I think Shamans would supplement mech pretty well in that scenario. They can take a little bit more damage. I opted for more Anseals earlier in the game on Demiloon because I thought Hamster would try Zorkis again. I didn't think he was going to do it as early as he did.
Yeah.
But slipping in the Volt, seeing his army move out across the bridge, and also getting back into his main. Yeah, that helped a lot. I think on the game on Genesis Y, I think I made 3 big mistakes.
Okay.
So the first was I made a phalanx instead of a madrigal. The second was losing my watchdog and not seeing his army or the Zorkish Shroud. The third was it was kind of a compound of that. So I moved out with my 1 phalanx and 5 blackjacks. I didn't see his army. He cleaned it up, and then I think the rest of the game just kind of snowballed from there.
Right. Yeah, we were wondering about that because Art of Turtle in the chat even mentioned Ramen tried to move out with a phalanx, and I had remembered seeing that it was madrigals the whole rest of the series and all of the matches leading up to that, but also in the matches that came after. So you're clearly putting more stock in the madrigal in the early stages of the game for those kinds of timings. The other thing that I'm kind of a bit curious about, and I mean, it might give the game away to ask about it, but it's up to you if you want to answer whatsoever. You can always say no comment, but did you actually show all of the things that you're planning versus Zerg players in this run? Because you are quite likely going to be up against a Zerg player in Throneroom. Like the 3 opponents that you could be drawing are either it's Neblime's Protoss, Art of Turtle Zerg, or Kenoli's Zerg now, because you can't play against Hamster from your group in the first match on Throneroom. So you still have most likely some TVZs to play. But I am a little bit curious about that because you did mention having some timings in mind. You had some things that you said you could do versus Hamster and some things you said you probably couldn't do that you weren't 100% sure about. So you still got more in the tank for this matchup, or was that really the most thing that you had shown? Because it's really funny to see everybody has their own idea of what the optimal play versus Zerg is as a Terran. And we saw Shambler's strategy on Group B yesterday. And, it's very different strategy to what some of the other Terrans are doing.
Yeah, so I did not reveal the other strategy I had in mind, which is stylistically pretty different from what the meta is looking like right now. So, yeah, maybe we'll see it. I like hanging on to that and being a little unpredictable. So,
absolutely, yeah. And you know what? I mean, normally there's like a school of thought where as the caster, like maybe I'd like be DM and you're like, hey dude, what's your strat? So I can like, if I recognize it, I can talk about it. But it's actually kind of cooler to see it develop and I'm like completely in the dark about it. And I have to retroactively analyze. Like there was that one moment that TheNightFox did it was a game on Genesis Y versus Art of Turtle. He did an anti-6 pool build where he did 8 pool and delayed making his K-Grid into a Larvosk forever. And I was like, dude, I think that's an anti-6 pool build. And then he comments after. So that makes me feel good when I can pick stuff up on that situation. And I'll try my hand at analyzing these games as well for the same purpose. You're talking about doing this Madrigal heavy strat. It does seem like Madrigals are really flexible. They, for one, shut out the possibility of Nathakors overwhelming your base or your army in the early stages of the game. We saw that utility on Blackwater Bastion versus Jakulangski, where the Naths do come out, but your Madrigal is hit timing-wise much faster than maybe he would anticipate, since other Terrans have been doing like double Scrapyard instead of Scrapyard Palladium. So your add-on timings are a little bit different there. Then we think about the way that you're able to push with them. On Near Impact, it was a little bit chancier because of the presence of Hydras, which is not normally something that the Madrigals have to fight, but broadly speaking, right, these Madrigals end up really adding to the anti-ground DPS as well as, essentially forcing the Zerg to play a ground game if they want to try to take up a fight against your army. Do you reckon we're going to see like Zorkish Shroud as a more common response to that? Or do you actually think there's maybe a way to deal with the Madrigal? Like, what are the weaknesses? Not, again, you might be giving your game away here, so feel free to, again, not answer or dance around this, but I'm wondering, like, what do you think the real worried thing was? Was there anything in this group that worried you about the Madrigal usage? Like, were you thinking that Zergs would have a response? Or, in your opinion, do you think it's just so strong that it's like a no-brainer to go for?
I think the Madrigal is a fairly essential early game unit in TBZ. It's flexible and it deals with just about everything, and it can set you up to like the game on Near Impact, do an early pressure and force a cancel on the hash. I do think the Bactalisk style, I don't know, maybe with Zorius it would work okay, but I do think Zork is overall stronger. If you I mean, I guess I'm giving. Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I
Again,
don't-
you
I
feel
don't
free to
really
dance
search-
around it. You know, you don't want to be like, well, here's how you beat my strategy, is there? Then you have to go up against
You're right.
So, you know, put another way, was there any point, like you said, there were some things that gave you pause, but they were mostly like 3 mistakes on your end that opened the game up. Had you, for example, corrected even just the phalanx for a madrigal in the early stages of that game versus Hamster on Genesis Y, you know, that suddenly maybe like the whole cascading of events is completely different, right? So, you know, it's interesting though. I mean, did Hamster live up to your expectations as an uncanny Zerg player that just does weird stuff that you weren't expecting?
Actually, I had seen the Hydrith Den first before. I played Hamster like 2 games
Okay.
a week ago. I thought maybe he would have other things up his sleeve, but he did do the 3 Hydra Ovaleth thing, and I think 2 Folk stops that pretty hard. I think it's also open for abuse. If I had not lost my Vulture in the middle of the map on near impact early on, I could have. I think I could have snuck it in for a little extra damage in his mineral line while he was microing at my main. But yeah.
Well, there you go. I wonder if I should. I wonder if I should just start up the bracket right here and right now regarding the throne room stage, because I could do that right here, right now. That could be a possibility. Out of curiosity and genuinely, even though this is going to sound very suspicious, not because I'm trying to set up the worst possible nightmare match for you, can you give me a rating of the second place players in the other groups? We're talking about Kenoli Zerg, Art of Turtle Zerg, and Neblime's Protoss. I have a feeling I know which one you would prefer to not face if you had to. But how do you think that those 3 players will stack up compared to some of the other first placers? Because you're a first placer, then you got Ayud64, the Shambler, and HitEmUp. So do you think there's a big delta, a big gulf between some of those second placers? Anybody who stands out to you as someone who you think is like, well, that guy can't be here for too long? Anything like that?
I mean, Kenoli has taken games off of me before, but I'm not. I think the longer a game goes on, the more it just works in my favor versus Kenoli.
Mm-hmm.
He's got some really strong early game timings, but I think mechanically most of the players win long games versus him. I played Art of Turtle a handful of times. I probably need to go back and watch the Shambler Art of Turtle games again. I might steal some ideas. I think Neblime is actually the scariest of those, though.
Right. And you were watching the matches in Group C as well to see like how Ayud tried to take it to him, and he did end up beating him in more games than not. Do you reckon that there's how do you reckon that is? Because I know you've played against other Protosses. Obviously, you downloaded Arbuz for your set against him, and it was still a hard fought, but it was a 3-0 in your qualification to get here. And you know, there's other Protosses that you've obviously had to face down the I was going to say years, but not quite that amount of time yet. Down the months, the last few months. Hupsea comes to mind as a pretty high skill Protoss player. We all remember Ecalypso. I thought he might actually get active again in time for this, but didn't end up being the way. And of course, HitEmUp's Protoss is always a menace and could still technically be a thing that gets drawn. How are you feeling about your TVP overall, and how did you think that? How did you rate Ayud's style versus that?
Actually, I would say Ayud's style is pretty similar to mine. I think he does a couple of things differently, and he did some things a lot better than the practice matches I had versus Neblime last week. So I'll probably be borrowing some ideas from there too. I am actually there are some habits that I see Ayud doing that I'm not super fond of, but
oh really? Okay.
Yes, but he's overall, I think, has super strong game sense and has really good engagements. And I think his compositions are a lot better too. I just do the hit 'em up, build 2 units thing.
Yep. That's pretty good advice from HitEmUp. You know what I mean? Like, keep it very simple for you. You know, it simplifies your macro and stuff. I will say, I was very pleased to look back at your base a few times and see like a million production structures, you know, all pumping away. That was very thematic for Terran, the war machine really kicking into gear. So you talked about how you're one of the strongest mechanical players in the game, and I think a lot of that mechanics is into your macro. I do see your 1,000 APM at the early stages of the game, admittedly, but you know, even beyond that, you know, you're just adding the padding to the replays so that they look like they're really big and thus very epic. You never know what might happen there. But do you reckon then? So you're talking about TVP. That might be the hardest one for you to find. Then you're talking about, obviously we always think of HitEmUp. And you're also saying that maybe AU does a few things a little bit differently than you would expect. He did drop that match to Shopkeeper Dog, and it was a bit of a cheese / blind read where like the Quarry first, maybe it's not going to be something that he tries again. If you say you go up against AU in this tournament, do you reckon that you're still the better Terran?
I haven't played TVT versus. I mean, the last handful of games I played versus AU were a little bit of TVP and TVT, I guess. I think I was doing a different style of TVT back then. I think Krinkendow is right when he says that the meta changes every 2 weeks. Shout out Krinkendow.
That's right.
So there's a couple of things I've discovered since then that I think might help me versus Aoud. So I don't know if he's I don't know how much TVT he's played or what discoveries he's made, but I'd maybe place myself a little favored versus Aoud.
Well, you did win in the best of 3 that you played in the qualifier, so there is always that to go back on and look at official results for. Although, like you said, if it changes every 2 weeks, that was a little over 2 weeks ago. You never know what might happen. I know Shopkeeper Dog was commenting vaguely and I would say maybe slightly apocalyptically that TVT is going to be very different because somebody found a unit that can beat Harakans. I still don't know who can possibly step to Akhman, but he's referencing something that's quite amusing. With that being said, I do have the playoffs bracket here for you. And I did say, don't worry, don't tell me, I'm asking you who you think is the strongest second seed. It's not because I'm trying to, it's not because I'm trying to set you up and really just, ruin your chances here. But let's just say our first matchup has been revealed. It will be HitEmUp versus Art of Turtle. I know that AOT is probably screaming at his keyboard right now, but that is the first matchup. Our second matchup is TopRamen taking on, Neblime. You got your Neblime.
All right.
You got your Neblime. And you're on HitEmUp side of the bracket, so that's really a double whammy for you. I was originally going to have you against in the third match, but the third match is where Hamster wound up, and you can't play against Hamster. So just got a short end of the stick there. Remember, this would have been, TopRamen versus Aoud if Neblime had clutched it out. So, I think it would have been a tough match for you either way, just because Aoud does seem like he's definitely grinding it out. But, maybe you're still favored versus Neblime. If Aoud can beat Neblime, then maybe you can. You're saying you're favored versus Aoud. That's always a possibility. I'll quickly shout out the other matches. It's going to be the Shambler versus Hamster, one of those matches of the ages in Cosmonarchy history. That will be quarterfinal number 3. And quarterfinal number 4 will be Aoud 64 taking down or on Kenoli. We'll see if maybe Kenoli can surprise, but that is a ZVT for our upset merchant, our underdog, our man from beyond. That being said, with that sort of thought ahead of you and seeing what those matches are going to end up looking like, do you have any immediate musings or thoughts? I'm obviously you always have your own set of confidence, but are you predicting TopRamen coasts his way to the grand final through the upper bracket by defeating people chumps like Neblime and HitEmUp? What's going on here?
I think the Neblime match will be close. I think it'll be a close series. And if I can take away some things from Aoud's games, then I think it'll work in my favor. I don't think anyone is favored versus HitEmUp.
Okay.
I'm not that confident.
I like that.
Maybe I can throw HitEmUp off of his game with some sneaky builds, but we'll have to see.
Have to see. Okay, yeah. Now you're starting to think to yourself, "God damn it, Pronego! You couldn't have put me up on the other side of the bracket." That did. I will say that did happen on the qualifier. On Gauntlet Stage A, you were on the opposite side of the HitEmUp bracket. So there is always that. I feel like getting drawn against HitEmUp is like just being told you have like 3 months to live. Just like, all right, I guess there's not really much of a room for me here. I guess I better start packing my things. But hey, this is a double elimination tournament, so the lower bracket is always there for a run. technically you did end up meeting HitEmUp before, although it was in the upper final of Tyrant's Tale. You have some experience facing off against him. And, you did prove that you are the heir apparent in that tournament, the second best player Cosmonarchy has seen in recent history. So, with your flawless run through the gauntlet stage, being able to make it out of Group D with only one loss to your name, I think there should be some cause for, confidence. And obviously you're going to be up against a Protoss player who plays very differently than the other Protosses, and not very many Protosses are active right now. So prep might be difficult, but I know that you are able to download people, and we do have those replays. I will be putting them up later today. So there's always that to take a look at. And I will be eagerly looking forward to seeing you in action, sir. Do you have any closing thoughts, final words, sum up of your group or experience so far? And of course, looking forward to the Throneroom stage.
Just I don't know, good games, everybody. I'm sorry I had to beat Hamster, my fellow clanmate.
I know, yeah. It's it is an interesting situation here because we got HitEmUp and who's clan ass. We've got Neblime and TopRamen, also clan ass, and then we've got Hamster, who's clan ass. And so that's 4 out of the top 8 are members of the clan. So it's worth throwing that out there. You know what I mean? I think at this point we could probably say the TheNightFox is honorary ass after what we saw yesterday, but not officially, and he's not in the Throneroom stage anyway, so it doesn't quite count of it. But oh yeah, and I guess JarrellStorm was also. It's too bad we lost 2 ass members already, but it's all right. This is I mean, if HitEmUp is in your clan and then also Neblime is in your clan, it feels like that, like the top 2 from Tyrant's Tale and Neblime, who's the reigning champ, they're all clan ass. And then there's Hamster's like the ever strange underdark like guy who's just like, he's just waiting for his chance to just speed run into the finals. Like there's a lot there. There's a lot there. I feel like clan ass is probably going to end up winning this tournament, right? Like that would be the real prediction.
Yeah, I have pretty strong confidence clan ass will come out on top.
That's right. That's right. Okay, sir. That is it. That's all I have for you. Thank you so much for playing, and congrats to checking it out. I am very eager to start this up. We'll have about a week before we kick off the Throneroom stage. That'll give me time to make my hype video intro stuff and all this other things. I will be contacting everybody for some additional information about their play and about their person that they want to throw into their hype card, so to speak. So think about a song. Think about an epic song you want as your background music, similar to ASL, SSL, and stuff. And that's what I'll leave you with there. GG's, my man.
All right. Awesome. GG's.
Ladies and gentlemen, that just about wraps us up. I hope you guys are excited for what is to come. The Battlements stage has concluded. Next week, we begin ascending to the throne. HitEmUp is eyeing it up. He's already got his fresh new chair, if you want to call it, the Tyrant's table, maybe? He's got the Tyrant's table, but he needs the Acropolis chair. He needs that throne room. So let's see if he can make it happen. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, I am Pronago, and I am I'm a cool guy. You know, you could subscribe to the YouTube channel or something if you like, and that's all I'll leave with you. Peace.